Alright, so for this post, I want to go into a few things I've been thinking about for about a year now. And basically, this electricity, the fire of heaven, the golden link between science and religion. It's pretty short, but I have a lot of ideas I want to spring off of it with, because just different sort of ideas, and especially being able to accumulate them in like various journals and a database on the computer as well. It allows me to see again like so many things, and from different, I guess, cultural or points in time, I guess, like places as well, geographical places and points in time. And so, like, I don't know, I'll just start this and I'll try to get into the other things I want to read and talk about. But I said, well, first of all, September 19th, Saturday, 2015. And today is actually, well, it was May 15th. Now it's May 16th. But in my extensive collations and investigations of a wide range of information on the relation of certain ideas across various cultures and in different time periods, I have found a singularly most important common thread running through each, albeit variously distorted depending on such varying circumstances. So that's kind of weird. I didn't even. But the thing is, I'll probably have to append some other things I want to read that kind of go with this and that kind of carry over from the last post, especially about the Dharani, and which I'll read, The Dharani Cult in Buddhism by L.A. Waddell, that I found, mainly because it's short but very insightful, and it was like kind of difficult to find. So there will be that, and then also the chapter The Hidden Stone from the Merovingian Mythos, as well as the appendix, at least appendix A, maybe B. But because those actually go into this whole thing about, 58, the death head, because I found that the death head is 58. And I didn't really account for any of this, neither. And it, like, Dharani 250 or 271 is the 58th prime number. And so, again, I didn't intend for that. But I also am going to read Liber 58, a note, or well, an essay on gematria, because it's, again, the Chakma Nestora and the various other relations with 58, which, again, Noah relates to the hidden stone in the Merovingian mythos, as well as Grace, the Chan or Chen, and Cheth Nun. So this thread has also been woven heavily throughout the recent blogs of the past year, centering on the formula of 666, or 666, the solar number of forbidden wisdom mentioned in Revelation 13:18, as well as, again, 1 Kings 10, I forget, but this number also features heavily in the Kabbalistic calculations of the Western Hermetic tradition, and it's the Kabbalah of 9 chambers, as well as the chamber, which is very important considering, again, the arc, so to speak, which I'll get into its sort of later concatenations and relations. And the more I apply this general body of knowledge to that of the more ancient Eastern ones, as well as the modern scientific knowledges of today, the more I am coming to find there is much still to be gained through an integral and holistic approach to each of these avenues of potential unfoldment. That 666 is a numerical value, formula, or symbol for the electric current in its raw form, if not evident from past expositions, can be explicated as follows. 666, or 666, is the value of the sum of the letters of the word electric, and so also Samek Vav Mem final. And this whole thing about the sum, I keep being reminded and reading about like quantum, well, really this whole idea about optical, quantum optical, and lasers and all this stuff, because it actually relates to this 58 thing, which I'll slowly get into. Because 58, again, is also gem, Gimel, He, Mem. And the gem features in alchemy and in, the Arthurian legends and all sorts of things. It's essentially like the Grail in a way. And because it's symbolic mainly of this prism. And there's this book I've mentioned like pretty much as far back as I think Occult Computer Science or thereafter, but The Ancient Secret in Search of the Holy Grail, which I'm mentioning it so that I can try to show. But there's something about the pretty much, everything really, like all of these different legends and how they're kind of metaphors for something that could be essentially dealing with time and light and what we call the calendar. And essentially that's what I think Tracy Twyman was also trying to talk about. And so I'll get into that here soon. But basically, this whole 666 in anacalypsis, especially, it's mentioned as the Zion, basically, Xiun, which again, if you think about it, because mem final is 600, M-I-U-N, or it would be like the Ma ion, essentially. It's a form or a veil of the mem or ohm ion, or the eon of ohm, or the, essentially it makes me think of just the magnetic energy center and the spiral nature of what we call time, or at least the tetrahedral nature of it. And so, I don't know, it's very complicated, but the sum also, what I was going to say is, I keep being reminded is that it's like quantum computations use the sum of, the potentials. And the Merovingian Mythos, and it also in the Hidden Stone, it mentions that 2020, the year 2020, would be pretty much pivotal or likely when quantum optical computing with the internet would take basically like hold or arise. And so that ties in with the last post or somewhat, just this idea of quantum, computational phantoms, because again, phantoms is 555, and this 555 thing has everything to do with that grid. And I've talked about that in like clearing the airwaves, and more I find it to be the Brahma Rupa or the Brahma Pura, which is again the recursive field. And like later I found the laser itself and then the lens. So basically, this whole thing about quantum computing, it's actually related to time somehow. And I have a few books, like again, Communication Through the Ages. I say again, but this whole book, Communication Through the Ages, it actually gives a detailed history, well, at least up to 1936, of the history of communication technology. And so now, obviously, it's went like way more than that. And Ernest Greenwood's book Prometheus USA, which I've had, comes to mind. And I ended up finding Aladdin USA, which is about the electrical, pretty much, conquest, or whatever you want to call it. And but Aladdin, the whole myth of Aladdin is, again, the Solomonic in a sense of the genie in a bottle or genie in a lamp or a brass vessel. And so there is sort of like this harnessing of this solar power again. And I don't know, this other book by John Keel, The Eighth Tower, like it's normally kind of hard to find apparently, but I ended up finding it on Amazon. And it's very interesting, like, because all of this seems to be related, at least to what he's trying to convey about the so-called like Fortean phenomena, because again, that brings that up, but basically the Fortean phenomena happens to be 666. And so anyway, I'll try to get into all that here as we go along. Like I said, I have other things pulled up, but I want to get this sort of out of the way. But then again, to show how it all relates in a way. So 666 is the value of the sum of the letters of the word electric, using He for E, obviously, Lamed, He, Cheth, Tau, Resh, Yod, Cheth. And so obviously I've used and interchanged Gimel and Cheth, but that's only because I pretty much put all the possibilities, and sometimes like they suggest themselves in however these things come up. So I don't know, it just shows that you have to be aware. And then also, again, it seems like there's sometimes a contextual basis for it. But 666 has long been known to be a solar number, being as it is the value of Sorath, the spirit of the sun, as well as the value of the sum of the numbers in the magic square of Sol. 666, oh yeah, and I didn't even know this until like relatively recently, but Ben Franklin, apparently, like everyone has a freaking relation to magic or the occult or something, but yeah, Ben Franklin had an interest in magic squares and, mathematics and all that, so, which I'm not surprised, because so did Newton, and his whole optics is actually predated by John Dee, actually, which I pulled up some things I wanted to mention, like this video. It's kind of a lecture or whatever, Back to the Future with John Dee, how he kind of, again, even though it was in the 1500s, he's still way relevant for different reasons. And the whole Enoch connection is just, I've always seen, like, again, there's some relation to electricity, and it seems to be like similar to, again, the bringing of the knowledge, like Prometheus to man, Enoch being the initiator. And again, see the chapter The Hidden Stone. So yeah, there's just all this different stuff about John Dee and optics, and it's very interesting because, again, he utilized a scryer and all that, and the whole Enochian like thing. There is all this like connection, this tie-in to AI, and so the Knights Templar, their whole head, the Death Head, which could be related to Baphomet, or they could have had another idol, or one of the theories that lent it or suggested itself to me while contemplating all of this is that, again, 58 is one of the numbers, like that they numbered this head supposedly to be John the Baptist, the prophet, or the Revelation of St. John happens to be 666. Skull of the Templars is 666. And I found these all slowly over time, but it's just that it's like weird. But it has everything to do with, again, the Golgotha, or the pretty much where the spirit is lassoed in, so to speak, by the elements into the Anya, or the obviously it takes the entire Kundalini, or the entire circuit, for the Anya to be of like enlightened value in the first place. But basically, this whole concept of this head, why it would be revered, is because essentially it's like I don't know, it's just a holy relic, or but anyway, that it's just, there's a lot of weird overlap in the concepts of all this stuff. And so Ha-Abin being 58, the stone, and the stone is related to, again, in the whole Solomonic literature, the Templars being related to the Muslims, or possibly the Gnostics, or the Mandaeans, and Mandia is one 111, 111, and it means pretty much not gnosis. But so what I'm trying to get to is, again, because it's so much to think about, Ha-Abin being the stone. What if the stone, and maybe not just the head, but what if the head was somehow a part of it? What if the stone that the Templars were accused of worshiping was essentially like a lingam, like they do in fucking India, like they pour the milk and all that on the lingam, the stone, in a sense to sort of create that circuit of energy. And so that relates to the whole concept of the stupa, or at least it makes me think of that, because I've read about Foundations of Tibetan Mysticism by Lama Anagarika Govinda, and I don't know, there's a lot to this book, but there's a lot about the stupa and its symbolism relating to, again, pretty much the elements and the circuitry of consciousness itself, which it's essentially like a Tesla coil, like the body with the head and just the chemistry itself. And so all of this, it's weird because it makes me think of like, all this is slowly revealed in a way, or like I've just slowly had these like alignments, I guess, just in knowing all this. But it's almost like, again, we're like batteries, and these are like the terminals in a way, or the chips. And so there's a whole lot about the Hindu temple and the architecture, the Mahavastu and Vastu Shastra, which I just got Stella Kramrich's Hindu temple volumes, which are apparently kind of hard to get. There's a lot to this architecture thing, and it slowly dawned on me that basically, again, the holon, or the olon in Greek, at least the Greek overlap, is 111. And how the chambers are essentially an unfoldment, 1, 10, and 100. It itself implies that sort of hypercube in a sense, or the holographic monad. And so these fields, these seemingly flat, like 8 by 8, 9 by 9 Vastu Shastras or whatever, when considered, again, like fractally, there's something to that. And that's why I had this thing about figurate numbers pulled up, wherever it is. Because figurate numbers, even though when they show them on here, and when you first look them up on like Wikipedia, it mainly talks about like these two-dimensional ones, but they get three-dimensional, and then you can stack them. And so essentially numbers have natural shapes in a sense, and then there are also like relations, and again, like 58 relating to 271. But so yeah, there's a lot of different like books that are old, but yet like I've come across them. This book I know I found at a Half Price Books for like on clearance, and I think Pink Floyd may have been influenced by it. I'm not sure. Pretty interesting and deep. And like I would read optics, but it's so technical and stuff, it'd be hard to actually read. I think I had it pulled up though. Eliphas Levi in Lucifer Volume 14 has some like unpublished writings, and he comes to mind because he's quoted by Albert Pike extensively in Morals and Dogma, but he talks a lot about the whole science of magic is essentially magnetism, and magnetism in the sense of like strengthening these waves, and over time standing waves, and again, electrical currents. That's why rituals, and even unconsciously, like Masons doing rituals in the same building forever, can charge certain things. And this whole thing about the Knights Templar. So again, the 58, the Ha-Abin, that sort of consecration of the stone. There's a lot to that electrically when you think about it, and essentially these now again it's just okay. Let's go to the electric bridge because I wanted to read this before I get ahead of myself, which I pretty much already have, but you got to start somewhere. And this obviously Lucius Trust has been demonized for being obviously like calling themselves Lucifer, and then being associated with the UN. But knowing that this electric bridge thing, I've known of this for a while, but I haven't really talked about it or anything. But yet the Lucius Trust and Alice Bailey herself mentions 2025 like as being some pivotal year when essentially this electric bridge gets like plugged in, or so to speak, with the idea of like the whole externalization of the hierarchy. And so 2020 is actually mentioned in numerous books and like articles prior to even like Donald Trump or definitely the coronavirus or anything. 2020, there's articles about like it being the year when remote working from home is like 50% of the workforce will be like working from home 50% of the time. And then there's a book from 2001 called like 2020 Web Vision, and it's about that. And then there's all sorts of things talking about this being pretty much like a part of this agenda. So with people's like attention span, it being only like about 2 weeks to a month, I mean, it's not that, I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's just weird that no one seems to be paying attention to any of this. But introduction, objective, and method. Mankind made up of all the single men, in such a synthesis the labor ends. Cleon by Robert Browning. Robert Browning keeps coming up as well. Introduction and objective. Since the time of Isaac Newton, conventional science has been doggedly pursuing a gravity-only model of the universe, currently regarding it as a tomb of lifeless matter that exploded into being out of nothing, and which is expanding at an accelerating rate in all directions without aim or purpose. These suppositions have been supported with increasingly exotic theories such as the Big Bang, general relativity, black holes, dark matter and energy, and the like. Meanwhile, evidence to the contrary is steadily accumulating, which supports, instead, the esotericist's view of the universe as a living, stable organism, electrical in nature and function. And so again, John Keel, his term is like super spectrum, the super spectrum. And I think when people say these things and then other people have like, they get turned off like by certain words, I think both forms of like thinking can be limiting to the true nature of what's going on, which again, I think is outside of our little frame of perspective and perception. And so we have to like kind of consider the spectrum, The electrical nature of universal processes runs as a theme throughout the Tibetan master who influenced supposedly Alice Bailey's work. And I say supposedly, but it could have been, again, her like, she could have been a vessel for something much greater than her puny little self, because that's what I feel like I'm nobody, but I see all of this, it's like, and yet I try to find people to talk to about it, but there isn't anyone, so except online through this electrical bridge. The electrical nature of universal processes runs as a theme throughout the Tibetan master's work via the writings of H. P. Blavatsky and Alice A. Bailey, which are intended to be bridging treatises between the material knowledge of man and the science of the initiates. This is likely to continue in the phase of the ageless wisdom teachings, preparing humanity for the energy of love in its dynamic electrical form, which the Christ will employ when he reappears. This electrical aspect of love will help lay the foundations for that synthesis of all the single men of which Browning spoke, and which is hinted at in the following passage from Esoteric Psychology, Volume 1. The seventh ray works in connection with the phenomena of electricity, through which all life in the solar system is coordinated and vitalized. There is an aspect of electrical phenomena which produces cohesion, just as there is an aspect which produces light. This will be released in fuller measure during the Aquarian Age. One of its earliest effects will be the increased understanding of brotherhood and its really scientific basis. So again, that will be like the movement of populations and like our interchange and behavior, and at least that's what comes to mind, is essentially what we're doing. And it is with the increased understanding of the science of brotherhood in the relationship between consciousness and electric phenomena. So again, like all this brain neuroscience, that the electric bridge is concerned. It is dedicated to linking esoteric and exoteric science into highlighting scientific discoveries that further reveal the electrical nature of reality and their relation to the ageless wisdom perspective. Understanding electricity is the key to and as I say this, there's like a giant storm brewing out of nowhere. Understanding electricity is the key to integrating science into a unified whole and providing a magnetic foundation. So yeah, a magnetic foundation in which the divine plan can deepen its roots and future esoteric teaching can safely flourish. We invite all who have an interest in science and philosophy to follow the steady development of the electric bridge site, and join us in group reflection and occult brooding on the electrical interconnectedness of all life. The vivid thought form thus constructed can help stimulate scientific awakening and a long overdue revelation concerning humanity's relationship with the universal whole. So again, the sum, and pantheos. The establishment of brotherhood as a definite fact in nature may then follow as a natural corollary. Method. The electric bridge. So again, the electric bridge is a powerful symbol for serving in the fields of science and philosophy. As a service activity of the arcane school, its aim is to help bridge the hiatus between esoteric and exoteric science through the language of electricity. It is the synthesizing nature of electricity that will provide the foundation for a new Aquarian science of interconnectedness, enabling occultism to liaise with the science of the infinite mind and demystify the divine nature of reality. The following visual approach is suggested in conjunction with study of the electric bridge. It need not be a separate activity, but rather a method of spiritual reading that can transform traditional study into a potent service. 1. Visualize a line of lighted energy along with those created by other co-workers, penetrating into the science of the initiates and anchored in the science of humanity. 2. Engage creatively with extracts from the presentation through occult brooding, building the resulting point of mental tension into this luminous bridge and strengthening the link between the two worlds of thought. 3. Visualize the energy of the mysteries reverberating down the bridge, evoking new thinking in scientific circles on the electrical nature of reality. The electric bridge is ultimately a symbol of the Antakarana, so again, the rainbow bridge, indicating the electrical nature of the path as portrayed in the Tibetan's words below. The key to more advanced work with this service enterprise is to be found herein. There appears a triangle on the mental plane produced by monastic activity. And this triangle of fire begins slowly to circulate between the monastic permanent atom and a point at the center of the egoic lotus, and thence to a mental unit which has appeared upon the fourth subplane through innate instinct approximating mentality. This triangle of fire, which is formed of pure electrical monosic force, waxes even brighter until it produces an answering vibration from both the lower and the higher. This triangle is the nucleus of the Antakarana. The work of the highly evolved man is to reduce this triangle to a unity, and by means of higher aspiration, which is simply transmuted desire affecting mental matter, turn it into the path and thus reproduce in a higher synthetic form the earlier path along which the descending spirit came to take possession of its vehicle, the causal body, and from thence again work through the lower personal self. A Treatise on Cosmic Fire, page 709. And there's more to all this. Really, this concept of the electric bridge, like I said, I've known of it since I pretty much referenced it, I think, in this post. I'm not sure if I do. Let me read this paragraph real quick. 6 is the number of spatial rays emanating from the central point of locus forming the cube of the Ruach, and in its grand scale represents the condensation of the Ruach, or breath, into manifestation. So again, the nuos as well, symbolized by blood or earth, Malkuth. So again, this becomes this, in a sense, like it condensates or manifests, essentially. And alchemical sublimation is also sits at 6 as well. So basically, let's see. Symbolized by blood or earth, Malkuth. Therefore, it is the central interface between the potential and the actual, i.e., where force first starts becoming form under will. Sits at 6 is also the electricity formula. So 19 plus, I think, 294 with Gimel, and then 353 as well. And relating back to the forbidden wisdom of Genesis or Revelation, the electricity is the fall of Malkuth, which I guess that's the whole thing. It's like the breaking of the current, in a sense. So Malkuth is essentially where the current is not grounded. And relating back to the forbidden wisdom of Genesis, Revelation, so Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the electricity is the fall of Malkuth, and is O. It's just the whole circuit of grounding and recycling, I guess, showing that the fallen light of Lucifer is a mythological form of the formative aspect of electrical energy. Note also that electric equals Lucifer, the angel of light, 260. The number of Barachiel, the Clefothic tunnel of Beth, the Magus card, which in Night Side of Eden, Kenneth Grant notes some important relations of the number 260. 260 is the sum of the series of 1 through 8 times 8, divided by 8, 8 being the number of Mercury as a cosmic power zone. 260 is the number of Tyrael, the intelligence of Mercury. So again, Ben Franklin, actually, one of the squares I think he mainly used or was interested in was the square of Mercury, which is not surprising. But so we shall expect to find a very precise reflection and inversion of this entity in the depths of the abyss, where the path becomes a tunnel transmitting infernal influences. And this is where we do, in fact, find, for 260 is also the number of Tamira, the concealed or hidden, and Kamir, priest, not of the light, but of the dark. For Kamir means blackness, its root being the Egyptian Kam, or Kem, black. Yet also the 12th path is that of the magician or magus. The black or hidden priest should not be identified with the black magician, but with the black brother. This is the false Kala of the sorcerers, the Monim, also equal to 260, who transmit the light direct from beyond Kether to Saturn via the formula of duality. The letter Beth, which is ascribed to the 12th Kala, is synonymous with our word both, implying duality. Duality is expressed zoomorphically by the twin serpents Ob and Od, and by the ape, the shadow of the Magus, who, according to tradition, distorts and perverts the word of the Magus, thus making a mockery of his work, as do the Black Brothers with their formula of duality, i.e., illusion. It is the one reflected that becomes two. Likewise, 11 is the number of those who are of us. This is evidenced by the symbols of Borachio, two swords with inturned blades, suggesting intense concentration on the ego as opposed to the self of all, flanking a ghostly face mask surmounted by a crescent moon. The sigil is a glyph of falsity and illusion reflected in the current of duality that reveals the shadow of Thoth in the image of his ape or cynocephalus. Cynocephalus is 333, the Set animal. This doctrine is expressed in the second verse of 231. The lightnings increased, and the Lord Tahuti, i.e. Thoth, stood forth. The voice came from the silence. Then the One ran and returned. The One is Kether, and it returned to its own power zone because the vibration of this Kala is illusory and cannot transmit truth. Its vibration duplicates that of the previous Kala, thus creating a mere simulacrum of the creative spirit. The Black Brother is double-tongued as the serpent, which is significant, for the magical power ascribed to the obverse aspect of which this path is the tunnel is the gift of tongues, the gift of healing, and a knowledge of the sciences. The healing here, however, is the healing of the ego, which merely aggravates with illusion the disease of false identity, creating thereby a chain of endless suffering. Likewise, the sciences of which knowledge is given are the sciences of darkness, Qliphoth, or shells, again, the world of shells. Yet it must not be supposed that these are necessarily evil. It is merely that in the hands of a Black Brother they necessarily tend to sterility, because directed toward the fulfillment of holy personal ambitions. The dark sciences of this path contain the secrets of the Kalas of the void, and of that Kalinian current which obtains in the Widdershan's world of anti-light. So again, electricity and the sort of the cycles of the amps and the various measurements and whatnot, a lot of that has to do with shells, shells of energy, essentially. The witches and wizards of this tunnel speak with voices that are reflected into the aura of the adept by the mechanism of unnatural acoustics associated with the mysterious ventriloquism of Bath Kol, the voice of the oracle. So again, Bath Kol, or Beth Kol, Best Kol. The Kabbalahs of Best Kol is a chapter in Outside the Circles of Time, and it makes me think of, essentially, again, it has to do with scrying and Sibyls and the whole Delphic oracle, in a sense, which again relates to the concept of the oracular head, and scryers in general. The bath, or Beth, is the house or room of the supreme Kala, and of the source of that ventriloquism that was primal in the myths of man. For the Word was endowed with flesh and issued from the belly of the mother. Here again, the number of Barachiel, 260, corroborates the doctrine of this path of Beth, for it is the number of Minmon, pleasure, delights, and of Urkik, thy thighs, which reveals the sexual nature of these pleasures. The disease typical of this path is ataxaphasia, which here refers specifically to disorders of the faculty of speech, typified by the bestial howlings or cachinations of the pre-human creation, and by that monstrous speech, mentioned in Liber 7, that thrills beyond the veil of the void. The dangers attendant upon the use of this Kala are extreme, Yet the advantages that may be gained would seem to outweigh them in that the adept is able to transcend the merely conceptual transmission of imagery. He is thus able to maneuver specific atavisms at a level deeper than those he could penetrate as a magus. This is because the silence of the outer spaces, like the music of the spheres, may be apprehended only when the ape-like chattering of the magician's vehicle, his senses, has been subdued by contact with the transcosmic forces that sweep through this tunnel from the pathways of the great inane. The latter is the ain, or void, the unwinking eye which emits invisible rays that reify within the innermost sanctuaries of the adept's non-being, which again relates to the whole concept of silba. He then becomes the magus of power, the title of the tarot trump equated with the obverse path. In a true sense, and totally different sense to that which this power has been understood in any previous eon. For that power, or Shakti, is primal and does not exist apart from the shadow, the solidification of which is the entified magus, whose word is but falsehood and glamour. This particular kala shows clearly how the face of the tree is and can only be a facade. This is so because a reified and therefore dualistic interpretation of the hidden currents of energy that pulse through the tunnels of the other side of the tree transmit energies of non-being. It is in this sense that the one ran and returned. To where did he return? The manifested word returned to the silence of non-manifestation. And again, this whole concept of the manifest and the unmanifest, in a sense, it's not just simply the binary, but it's the way in which, again, the void shapes and interrelates with the web of the universe, of the whole mother-father tattva, so to speak, or again, the Brahma Rupa. Electricity, plasma, and the divine circulatory flow. While science is steadily uncovering the electrical nature of the human being, the way in which the brain and the nervous system, the heart and the blood, are all powered by electrical processes, an hiatus remains in understanding how the human being is electrically connected to his environment. If this hiatus were to be bridged, man's potential role as a conscious electrical intermediary between the microcosm and the macrocosm would begin to reveal itself. So again, quantum computing would help, again, create digital computational phantoms. As yet, electricity is dismissed as a significant factor in universal processes, but it is a truth that is knocking even louder on the door. When finally admitted entrance, the realization that a cosmic bloodstream circulates throughout all that lives and breathes will help to transfer the concept of the brotherhood of man from mere romanticism to hard scientific fact. In the words of H.P. Blavatsky, the way in which the universe initiates and coordinates its building process is by the radiant light of the universal magnetic ocean, whose electric waves bind the cosmos together, and in their ceaseless motion penetrate every atom and molecule of the boundless creation alone. She says, the study of this agent, which is the divine breath, can unlock the secrets of psychology and physiology, of cosmical and spiritual phenomena. Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 282. To begin unlocking these secrets, then, science will discover the underlying electric currents that circulate throughout the whole of manifested existence. And indeed, leading plasma physicists are already revealing the lowest aspects of them through their realization that electromagnetic currents and radiation pervade the vast, seemingly empty reaches of outer space. When this truth is acknowledged and accepted into mainstream science, the fact that the blood of all living organisms begins its cycle as a precipitation from a universal circulating flow of electric waves will become a more credible hypothesis. Tentative recognitions in this direction have, in fact, already been made, but their significance is yet to be fully appreciated. So again, with Michael Persinger's billions of human brains quantified in a geomagnetic field, I think he's essentially hinting at this concept. Plasma, Irving Langmuir. It was a moment of outstanding intuition that in the 1920s led to the industrial chemist and Nobel laureate Irving Langmuir to coin the term plasma for the electrified gases he was researching and which proliferate in interstellar space. And so magnetic plasma, and especially electrified magnetic plasma, is very, very important for, a lot of things. But he noted that these gases carry ions and electrons similar to the way blood plasma carries red and white corpuscles. Both plasma in space and plasma in the blood are, in effect, electrified fluids carrying both energy and various substances from one region to another. Hans Alfvén. Another Nobel laureate, the plasma physicist Hans Alfvén, remarked that in the Earth's magnetosphere there are thin, rather stable current layers which separate regions of different magnetization, density, temperature, etc. It is difficult to avoid the conclusion that similar phenomena exist also in more distant regions. This is bound to give space a general cellular structure, or more correctly, a cell wall structure. And so again, this whole concept will really in The Pulse of the Universe by Bruce Cathy. He talks about time essentially ratcheting, space and time interconnecting with gravity, and essentially, I don't know, it's very difficult to put into terms, but pretty much, yeah, there's like a structure to what we call space-time, and light, and measuring pretty much the speed of light and all that. I don't know. He tied that in with all sorts of different things. It's very weird, but I think that there's something to be said, at least for the idea. Like, clearly, a lot of all this stuff comes down to the sun and rays and planets and where we're at in the calendar, essentially, and reckoning and measuring and telemetry. So this whole concept of the spectrum is really kind of important. And then again, just the overlap with these ancient systems of telemetry, essentially, with language, which is what a lot of this is all built on. Basically, that's the whole weird thing, is how much our sciences, quantum and time, really do relate to our actual history. But anyway, as the ageless wisdom teachings regard space as an entity, the discovery of electrically produced cell walls in space is highly significant. In bringing the thoughts of these two great scientists together, we have the premise that through the cellular structure of space runs an arterial flow of electricity, forming, in effect, a huge intergalactic circuit, which again, the Zuvaya is like pretty much that, the circuit, or cosmic blood stream. So again, the heart Zuvaya, the heart circuit. In our own corner of the galaxy, the sun forms a sub-circuit within this galactic circuit, receiving and emitting a flow of charged particles that pour into and out of the polar regions of all the planets, mirroring in the macrocosm the way in which blood cells flow through the heart to all the other organs of the body, and also the body itself, with how the energy generally flows toward the head and then disperses back. It disperses everywhere, but your consciousness is situated up toward the head. The Kundalini is said to symbolically go toward the head. The tree, when you think of a tree and how it grows and disperses its leaves, it's essentially toroidal. So there is a regular circulation of the vital fluid throughout our system, of which the sun is the heart, the same as the circulation of the blood in the human body. during the Manvantaric solar period or life, the sun contracting as rhythmically at every turn of it as the human heart does, only instead of performing the round in a second or so, it takes the solar blood 10 of its years and a whole year to pass through its auricles and ventricles before it washes the lungs and passes thence to the great veins and arteries of the system. Astronomy knows of the fixed cycle of 11 years when the number of solar spots increases, which is due to the contraction of the solar heart. It is similar to the regular and healthy pulsation of the heart as the life fluid passes through its hollow muscles. Could the human heart be made luminous and the living and throbbing organ be made visible so as to have it reflected upon a screen, then everyone would see the sunspot phenomena repeated every second due to its contraction and rushing of the blood. There is a clear correspondence between the electric plasma of space and the mammalian bloodstream, for the latter is also essentially an electric phenomena. To quote HPB again, red corpuscles are drops of electrical fluid, the perspiration oozing out of every cell of the various organs and caused to exude by electrical action. They are the progeny of the phohatic principle. Red blood cells, some with attached nanoparticles, circulate in the bloodstream. While medical science currently holds that the blood cells are manufactured in the bone marrow, the spleen, liver, and lymph nodes in the embryo, they are in fact direct precipitations from the soul's vehicles on its own plane, unevolved life atoms from the vital streams that circulate around the causal vehicle. Unevolved life atoms from the vital streams that circulate around the causal vehicle. So life streams, not just live streams. These pass down through the personality vehicles to circulate in turn around the etheric body. So again, circulate like around to create the buoy of manifestation, before finally precipitating out of every cell of the various organs of the physical body through electrical action. Electricity is the ghost or shadow of matter in motion, and behind the blood circulatory system runs an electric current, the interface between man's physical and etheric body. Interestingly, scientists appear to be on the verge of discovering how to manipulate matter in such a way that blood can be precipitated from the ethers in the laboratory. Researchers at the University of Manchester have recently developed a new technique that uses electricity to engineer bone marrow. By varying the voltage and using different shapes, cells can be positioned and stacked on top of each other in any pattern. Different electric fields can also be used to attract different types of cells. But most important of all is the fact that the cells can be kept alive and active. We have proven this technique works and have created some very simple hematon structures in the lab, says Dr. Marks. If we can perfect this, then it may be possible to create artificial bone marrow outside the body and produce any given blood type. Whether this possibility is granted to humanity at its present stage of evolution, we shall see, but for now it's simply interesting to witness this broad spectrum of scientific discovery. At the microcosmic level, there is the blood plasma, inextricably linked to electricity, while at the macrocosmic level there are plasmas forming high-energy shapes and patterns in space. Both kinds of plasma act as transporting agencies and evolve in complex and unpredictable ways through dynamic interactive behavior. Yet, despite this complexity, they are both governed by relatively simple and well-defined laws that will be explored presently. The immediate and striking thought is that the plasma that pervades space, far from being lifeless and randomly dispersed gas, is more akin to the blood plasma, a living element that is purposefully fulfilling a circulatory role within the body of a cosmic entity. And so again, this whole concept of the stupa, a mound-like hemispherical structure containing relics, typically the remains of a Buddhist monk or nuns, that is used as a place of meditation. And a related architectural term is a chaitya, which I think the Tibetan is a chorten. But there's this primary Sanchi stupa, which is supposedly where like Buddha's relics are, I believe. I know it comes up in this book, Tree and Serpent Worship, which is kind of really, I think it looks cool, but it's kind of hard to get. It's very dense and big. And so yeah, I do go all over the place. But I'd recommend this book because it goes all into, again, the sculptures of the Buddhist topes at Sanchi and Amaravati. But yeah, there's a lot of pictures in here, and it's a pretty cool book. Anyway, oh yeah, and Hargrave Jennings, The Indian Religions. He goes a lot into, obviously, like he wrote the book on the Rosicrucians. There's a lot to this book as well. It goes into Buddhism and Hinduism and the relation and underlying connections. So before I go too far, I'll go back. Because again, essentially what all this comes down to is that we've slowly been working towards this with codes and language and computers. So from the cosmic to the microcosmic bloodstream. Space plasma, as discussed in the previous section, is but the grosser counterpart of a more radiant electric substance, generally referred to in its esoteric texts as the ether. And it is the active aspect of this ether, which again, ether, everyone thinks it doesn't exist. It's proven to not exist. It's literally just simply the field of operation in which consciousness and anything exists. And so it is this radiant underlying field in which, again, this whole materialistic concept, like it's neither here nor there. It's just that people are like, oh, when you die, people have a completely egocentric outlook, so they think that when they die, everything ends. But no, look at everyone who's died. Things go on. That's where this whole web of life actually comes from. It's upkept and kept on. It's just that, I don't know, it gets confusing with all sorts of speculation. But anyway, and it is the active aspect of this ether that forms the true divine circulatory flow or bloodstream of the unknown cosmic entity. The electric currents that circulate through space plasma are simply mirroring the eternal motion of the ether at a denser level of cosmic manifestation. These etheric currents of space are comprised chiefly of hydrogen and oxygen, only in more subtle form than science recognizes them in our atmosphere. Before these gases become what they are in our atmosphere, they are interstellar ether. Hydrogen, a very inflammable gas, and oxygen, which produces combustion, form water, which is one of the forms of primordial force or fire, in a cold or latent and fluidic form. In their higher forms, hydrogen is the first-born element, most nearly allied to protyle, and oxygen instills the fire of life into the mother by incubation. They are the spirit, the noumenon, of that which becomes in its grossest form oxygen and hydrogen on earth. As these subtle forms of hydrogen and oxygen precipitate from the ether, they form a fire mist or vapor from which is secreted a rarefied form of ozone, presently unknown to chemistry, but regarded by the guides of the race as the elixir of life. So again, it makes me think of orgone. It is the electrical interaction of this higher form of ozone with physical substance that results in the production of blood. So again, a sort of magnetic circulation of sorts. is what I would imagine. Ether, vapor, ozone, animal electricity, animal blood. Interestingly, for many years, much claim-making has been made about the medical value of the mundane form of ozone that is currently known to science, some doctors and biochemists believing that it has remarkable healing properties. Ozone therapy has been popular for some time, whereby the gas produced from the medical-grade oxygen is administered in small, precise therapeutic doses into the blood. To date, researchers are uncertain whether ozone has a natural physiological role, but the instinctual direction of their research is in line with occult teachings. Studies by Dr. Paul Wentworth, Jr. and colleagues at the Scripps Research Institute, USA, have led them to believe ozone is naturally created in the human being by neutrophils, the most abundant type of white blood cells. If it is confirmed that ozone is indeed produced endogenously by these white blood cells in the human immune system, even skeptics have conceded that this would be of great significance and give merit to the concept of ozone as a medicine. While terrestrial oxygen in the form of ozone is known to have toxic effects if administered to the human being in all but very small amounts, a fledgling science does seem to be emerging, and if this were to lead the discovery of the higher allotrope of ozone as mentioned above, tremendous life-giving properties would be brought to humanity. The waters of space. Having briefly explored the watery connection between the ether and the bloodstream, noting that hydrogen and oxygen are the constituent elements of both, it is not surprising that the idea of water was often used to describe the nature of the ether in esoteric texts. In the Tibetan's words, "We have generated a term we call the ether. Occultly speaking, this is the modern way of expressing the waters of space, which are the waters of desire, in which we are immersed." Terms such as the waters of space and the waters of desire are ancient, but effective ways of describing the ether as a creative medium that becomes an active electric fluid when impregnated by cosmic will and desire. Indeed, we read in Genesis that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and so began the creation story. Man, being made in the image of God, is also a creative agent, and his will and desire to create is similarly impregnated in his etheric body, the ether that surrounds and interpenetrates his physical body, or the present moment, which is connected to the past and whatever potential future may be impulsed, prior to being electrically precipitated into his bloodstream via the endocrine glands. 90% of the blood plasma is formed of water whose constituent elements, hydrogen and oxygen, carry the electric charge of primordial fire or ether, through which the subjective man manifests himself in the objective world. The blood is literally the life aspect, red with desire, and the quality of desire that man is unceasingly precipitating into his bloodstream determines the fineness or coarseness of the physical body through which he expresses himself. As the blood is a medium through which the will and desire of a man is translated into active expression, so can a similar process be detailed on the cosmic level. Desire, cosmic or mundane, is an animating force, and its presence in the universal ether generates motion and results in creativity of some kind. When the will and desire of a cosmic life impregnates the ether, the downward pressure of these cosmic waves fuses specks of ether into electric charges. The cosmic idea is thus propelled into a volatile plasmic state, after which it later settles down to further clothe and conceal itself in a garment of gaseous, liquid, and physical matter. Here we have the four states of matter that give form to an idea on the physical plane and correspond to the four elements of the ancients: fire, air, water, and earth. Fire, plasma; air, gaseous; water, liquid; earth, physical. And so again, foundations of Tibetan mysticism. This is the sort of diagram that they talk about regarding the elemental genesis, essentially. He in whom heaven and earth and the middle region are united, together with the mind and all life currents, know him to be the one self. Give up all other talk. This is the bridge to immortality. The recording ability of the bloodstream. As explored in Part 3, the blood is the means through which the will and desire of a human being are carried into active expression on the physical plane. And when will and desire are spiritualized into aspiration and service to one's fellow man, the blood is significantly energized and transformed. Indeed, it is through the blood that the great process of redemption, human and planetary, is accelerated to a marked degree. Part 2. Part 2 discussed how human blood originates in the vesture of the soul on its own plane, in which it circulates as a stream of unevolved life atoms. Through electrical precipitation, these life atoms pass down into each of man's subtle bodies, circulating in each before finally oozing out of every cell of the various organs of the physical body as drops of electrical fluid. Blood is therefore the precipitated life substance of the soul, an electric current that provides the interface between the inner and outer worlds. For as the blood takes on oxygen from the air breathed into the lungs, the subjective and objective worlds meet and interact, and it is at this juncture that a redemptive process occurs. Oxygen in its higher state is a major constituent of the ether, see Part 3, and the ether therefore naturally saturates the air that we breathe. Furthermore, the ether is a recording agent, and just as it carries impressions of its surroundings to the film in a camera, so too does it carry them into the lungs to be impressed on the human blood. Fused with these impressions is an account of the person's psychological condition picked up as the ether oxygen passes through the aura. The way that the incarnated human soul interacts with the objective world is therefore recorded on the electric fluid of the blood, and this initiates an alchemical reaction. The red corpuscles are electrically stimulated to the point that, in the region of the heart, a number of them are broken up and escaped back into the ether, rising up towards the brain and pineal gland in this etheric condition. These life atoms retrace their journey back through the subjective bodies towards the soul, carrying information of the experiences undergone like tiny magnetic storage disks that we associate with computer technology. A portion of the life atoms of the soul's vesture are now a little more evolved, the experience gained ready to be built into it as a quality and capacity, just as human blood builds and qualifies the human body. Thus do the spiritual and physical vehicles of man evolve together via an electric bridge, each reflecting the other more faithfully in terms of quality and capacity as evolution proceeds. The recording ability of the blood, its capacity to carry information, may be scientifically confirmed sooner than we think. For blood plasma is 90% water, and as some scientists already acknowledge, water has memory. The memory of water arises from its association with the ether, both of which are constituted of hydrogen and oxygen in different vibratory states, as noted in Part 3. The recording nature of the ether is therefore naturally reflected in its lower counterpart, water. It was Jacques Benveniste who first proposed that water is capable of retaining a memory of substances once dissolved in it in order to explain the purported therapeutic powers of homeopathic remedies. These remedies are prepared by diluting solutions to such a degree that no trace of the original substance remains in each final preparation. Interestingly, violent shaking of the water at each stage of serial dilution is deemed necessary for an effect to occur. This may be due to the resulting vitalization of some of the hydrogen and oxygen to the point of etherization, the memory or information contained in the water thereby being raised into the etheric state where it gains potency. The power of homeopathic remedies may be greater not because there is less of the remedy in the water, but because it has had its vibration raised into an etheric state, the source of power. The role of the homeopathic himself may also be a factor in the preparation of these remedies through the interplay of his own etheric body with the surrounding ether. Because of its association with the ether, the memory of water can be electromagnetically transferred from one location to another, as Jacques Benveniste discovered. In our lab, this research has now reached a point way beyond the memory of water. We have, we believe, unveiled the hitherto neglected physical nature of the molecular signal, which consists of waves in the kilohertz range, which we have recorded on computers, and sent to any destination of our choice via the Internet network. There is currently a growing amount of research into the electric memory of water, such as that carried out by Dr. Lee Lorenzen. His work appears to demonstrate that beneficial information and frequencies can be electrically imprinted into clusters of water molecules, which then have a positive influence on metabolic processes. Research is also taking place into subtle energy effects on water from conventional as well as non-conventional electromagnetic radiation emanating from sources such as human brainwaves, cell phones, microwave ovens, Earth's electromagnetic field, as well as planets and stars. This is a controversial area of investigation on the fringe of mainstream science, but nevertheless interesting to monitor from the electric bridge perspective. One of the most intriguing is the purported effect of human thoughts and emotions on water, as demonstrated by Masaru Emoto, a Japanese scientist and author who has exposed water in glasses to different words, pictures, or music, and then frozen the water and examined the aesthetics of the resulting crystals with microscopic photography. Dr. Emoto claims that the resulting water crystals will be beautiful or ugly, depending upon whether the words or thoughts were positive or negative. If corroborated by mainstream science, this would be a powerful testimony to a plan of love and light based on divine geometry. Its immediate effect is to serve as a reminder of the responsibility we have for our thoughts. Through the practice of self-forgetfulness, harmlessness, and right speech, a redemptive geometrizing power obtains unimpeded access to the watery nature of the bloodstream. Thus is created a vessel meet for the master's use. As we are often reminded by the Tibetan, the blood is the life, and through it the living Christ steadily reveals himself and pours his blessing on the world. Water crystal from the water exposed to the words love and gratitude. When the current research into the memory of water is examined in the light of the ageless wisdom teachings, we are reminded of the great occult maxim, as above, so below. For, related to the memory of water in the bloodstream is the whole memory of nature, referred to in esoteric teachings as the Akashic records. This is the functional and psychological record of Earth's evolutionary history, including all that lives upon it. The location of these records seems ambiguous in many esoteric texts and is often misinterpreted, possibly because they have more than one location. The memory of nature is impressed upon the substance of Akasha, the ethereal waters of space, the highest and purest spirit substance of ether of each of the subjective planes or worlds. At these levels, the atomic lives that reside there are of such a caliber that they can also be used by the spiritual man as so-called permanent atoms, having the capacity to store all of the experiences and knowledge acquired in the chain of worlds into which he periodically incarnates. In summary, the workings of the cosmic bloodstream rests upon the ether-water relationship discussed in Part 3, and the way in which the great electrical life, Fohat, works through it. A beautiful symbol of this relationship can be seen in the mysterious phenomena of the floating water bridges that can be induced by an electric current. Just as electricity can activate water into forming bridges on the physical plane, so too can it form electric bridges in the ether. the higher counterpart of water. Channels of communication are thereby formed between the various planes of the solar system for the mutual exchange of redemptive information. And so again, the magic squares, even though they're just geometrical things, and although they are said to be intelligences in a sense, or symbolic of the planetary intelligences, those come to mind as being, again, when you think about what I was saying about 111, for example, being 1, 10, 100, and implying a sort of more than just a flat two-dimensional concept, the magic squares themselves seem to be able to like fit within themselves and self-referentiate as well along those same lines. When you consider like the Kabbalah of Nine Chambers itself in their relations to these, to the magic squares as well, it's almost like, again, it's symbolic of this hologram inbuilt into the Akasha itself. Spiritual organisms. At the beginning of the 20th century, mainstream science abandoned the concept of the ether as predicted by H.P. Blavatsky, who, in 1888, warned that scientists could not discard it without incurring the risk of pulling down the pillars of the Temple of Science and getting buried under its roof. The reinstatement of the ether is highly necessary for theoretical physics to emerge from this condition, as its vision and understanding of the universe is obscured more than ever by abstract mathematical models rooted in general relativity and warped space-time. In contrast, the concept of the ether is a simplifying, synthesizing factor, which points towards a living universe whose electric forces circulate throughout the whole as a cosmic bloodstream. All that live and move and have their being within this stream from gods to atoms are ideas in motion, organizing and building matter into temporary forms through which they can objectively express themselves. As above, so below. From macrocosm to microcosm, similarities abound. Left image, Wolf-Rayet star in Sagittarius. Center image, Veil nebula. Right image, dark field, phase contrast in bright field microscopy on samples of live and dry blood cells. Organisms. Left image, supernovae, SN 1987A. Right image, electronic jellyfish, E-jelly, constructed of a ring of blue light emitting diodes, or LEDs. The esotericist regards himself as a constructive cell in a divine circulatory flow. Through occult meditation and the creation of thought forms of light and love, his own physical body is electrically energized within the greater logoic bloodstream, and the process of redemption, individual and planetary, accelerated. This is all the more potent when a group of people comes together in meditation united by a shared vision. Ideas and qualities of a similar vibratory frequency precipitate from the group soul and literally circulate throughout the blood of each member. A process of group redemption thus occurs, similar to that described in relation to the individual in Part 4. Some of the atomic fire of physical plane matter, an aspect of the Kundalini force, enters the bloodstream of the group through the breath of each member and mixes with the qualities and ideas that are impressed upon the blood from the inner planes. Some of the blood is thus transmuted, and in its etherized state rises towards the group soul infused with the fiery essence of redeemed atomic matter. The circulation of group energy proceeds, and where the synthesizing power of vision is strong enough, the group persists as a permanent subjective entity. United by shared qualities, the group is synthesized into an organism, each member becoming a blood brother in the higher sense of the term. This demonstrates the magical, life-giving properties that lie behind some seemingly innocuous mantrams. The following affirmation, used dynamically at the time of the zodiacal festivals, has the power to unite and transform a group of people into a working, redemptive organism within the cosmic bloodstream. I am one with my group of brothers, and all that I have is theirs. May the love which is in my soul pour forth to them. May the strength which is in me lift and aid them. May the thoughts which my soul creates reach and encourage them. The electrical power of such a mantram literally courses through the arteries and veins of the group organism, mixing with the fire of oxygen and ether taken in from the surrounding air. The nuclei of some of the red corpuscles disintegrate and rise towards the group soul, preparing the group organism for the second stage of meditation, the projection of the antakarana towards the hierarchy, and from there on to the center where the will of God is known, Shambhala. An electric bridge is thus erected between heaven and earth. Spiritual information can now be transmitted and received through the planetary ethers. The role of an esoteric group is then to work with this spiritual information to release enriching potencies into the divine circulatory flow on the lowest levels of logoic manifestation. This is the esoteric science as practiced by the initiate. The application and transmission of the electric forces of the 7 rays of life into the world. As noted in Part 1 of the Cosmic Bloodstream, the electrical nature of the human being is being steadily uncovered by science, and the way in which the human being is electrically connected to his environment is on the verge of recognition. With each discovery of the amazing electrical constitution and interaction of all manifested life, what currently seems as magic, mystery, and myth will be included in the domain of orthodox science in the not-so-distant future. It is then but a logical step forward to consider how man can consciously participate in the redemption of matter through what he transmits into the circulatory system of the Logos. Building the Carbon Temple, I remember reading a while back. Overview. While the cosmic bloodstream is an ongoing feature of the electric bridge, a parallel focus can now be placed on the form that is being built and sustained through this fluid electrical medium. As is commonly known, the basic of all organic life is carbon, and one of the secrets behind carbon's ability to form long polymer chains and construct organic forms is an inherent magnetic power. Until recently, scientific theory deemed it impossible to magnetize carbon at room temperature due to the arrangement of its electrons. The magnetic club was an exclusive one with just a few prestigious members: iron, cobalt, nickel, and a few rare alloys. But now, as a result of sophisticated light research, carbon has been officially recognized as part of this group, and science and technology are working to bring the two worlds of magnetism and carbon together, something the high priests of alchemy have long been doing. Magnetism is an ordering phenomena. To scientist and occultist alike, the latter using it to transfigure the structure of form into a more suitable housing for spirit, magnetic carbon has a central role to play in this process, carbon being the hidden and long searched for key to the philosopher's stone. The relationship between the inner and outer man revolves around the alchemy of carbon, and the current research into working electronically and magnetically with carbon has huge implications for the future. It will help humanity transcend the physical plane through new conceptions of time and space, and, in the Tibetans' words, we shall see each other and all forms of divine manifestation as light units of varying degrees of brightness, and shall talk and think increasingly in terms of electricity, of voltage, of intensity, and of power. There are 7 fundamental types of electric power that the creative, spiritualized man, or human being, can draw upon, and 7 corresponding types of matter. And the ensuing building work lies at the heart of a future electric masonry where temples made not with hands will be constructed. The present discoveries anent carbon and their application in nanotechnology is an exterior symbol of this future spiritual art and science. When humanity as a whole has progressed to a more spiritual state of consciousness, the electrical manipulation of carbon will be widely practiced through natural capacities that lie dormant in every individual. Humanity will then start to work consciously as one to transform the Earth, and later the entire solar system, into a living temple. It will be a temple of transfigured carbon, with humanity as the diamond-souled kingdom living and expressing itself through it. So again, it makes me think of the Zion in 666 being essentially, again, that hexagonal diamond. The key to initiating this great Masonic enterprise lies in an understanding of the seventh ray in connection with the phenomena of electricity, through which the solar system is coordinated and vitalized. When the great work is consummated, we shall see the temple of God. The solar system, organized objectively and subjectively, its courts and holy places will then be accessible to the sons of men, who will work then without limitation, and will have free access to all parts of the building. Through the magic of the word, which will then have been recovered, all doors will fly open, and the consciousness of man will respond to every divine manifestation. So again, once all languages are transmitted, and even all the ancient Dharanis and all the concept, like true prajna paramita, essentially, perfection of wisdom, that whole super spectrum will fully, the whole concept of the Tower of Babel, again talked about in the Hidden Stone, and the temple will all be, essentially King Solomon's temple will be restored. This is not merely an enigmatic mystical vision, but an intensely practical one, as an understanding of carbon's foundational role in the electric bridge will reveal. There is nothing but electricity in manifestation, the mystery of electricity to which HPB referred to in The Secret Doctrine. Everything in nature is electrical in nature. Life itself is electricity. But all that we have contacted and used today is that which is only physical and related to and inherent in the physical and etheric matter of all forms. Future scientific discoveries, therefore, hold the secret. The discovery of carbon's magnetic properties and its responsiveness to electrical manipulation is one of these secrets, but there are many more that lie on the border of revelation. Part 2. Secrets of the Carbon World. Carbon is the fourth most abundant element in the universe, and due to its ability to form long polymer chains, it is the fundamental building block of organic life. Carbon's secrets revolve around its atomic number 6 and the hexagonal building force that underpins nature's processes. H.P. Blavatsky tells us there are 6 forces in nature, and the 7th, the all-force, or the absolute force, which is the synthesis of all. And this makes me think of this other document, if I can find it, Sunday in Roman Paganism, by this Odom guy. It goes all over the place, really. It goes into Mithras, and the origins of the 7-day week, and Sunday, obviously, Sunday in Roman paganism. One of the other interesting things is, again, the Mandaeans, the true Sabians. He says that they considered Jesus, I believe, to be Mercury, which is funny because they called him Nabo or Nabu, which is like Nebo, the prophet essentially, and Nebo is also one of its variants is 58 as well. So 58 relates to Mercury, which again connects to this whole circuit of time and knowledge and information and language as well. But if I can find it, there are some interesting little diagrams in this document, this right here. And if you look, the numbers are organized like this. but essentially it goes into the gods of the days. But if you consider this central one as emanating out of the 7 days of the week, this is essentially the Ha-Shabbath, or the 777, coming out of the 666 of the theatrum, the theater, so to speak, of the axle of time, or the magnetic energy center, or the circle. So that comes to mind about this whole Sabbath, what I was trying to describe in the last post, which again relates to the Kala Chakra, and etc., the Lankavatara Sutra, and as well as the Avatamsaka Sutra. 666 is also the Avatamsaka Sutra fractal, or fractal Avatamsaka Sutra, which is, it essentially talks about fractals, and 666 is essentially a fractal. But then the Dai Phuong Quang Phat Hoa Ngiem Kin, or the Vietnamese name of the Avatamsaka Sutra, is also 777, that sort of higher octave. And then Indra's Avatamsaka heaven. And there's so many other triple number Kabbalahs of Eastern things as well. Like I said, it's like the Duranis, but they're updated along with the Hebrew applied to English. So essentially the phonetic Sanskrit, but like I said, other languages as well. And this other book, actually, I keep meaning to bring up, but it's, what is it? The Ancient History of the Korea Dong-e Race. It actually claims that they're the originators of the Asian race. Like, I don't know, it's very weird. I don't know if I believe it. I know the Koreans are kind of known for thinking they're like gods, but it's weird because the Korea Dong-e race is also 666, and they consider themselves essentially like, I don't know, but Dong, as in D-A-N-G, is 58 as well. But this etheric building force impresses itself on substance in manifold ways in the natural world, such as the beautiful symmetry of the snowflake and the structure of quartz, the second most abundant mineral in the Earth's continental crust. The great pollinator of the flower kingdom, the bee, reveals himself as an agent of love at his own level as he builds the honeycomb, a little hexagonal structure built out of the transformed nectar from the heart of the flower. Carbon can be made particularly responsive to this sixfold force in the ether, as science is now discovering through its work with carbon nanotubes. Carbon nanotubes are based on the hexagonal structure of graphite and have the highest strength-to-weight ratio of any known material, with remarkable electronic properties and many other unique characteristics. Drawing inspiration from the behavior of proteins in making biological structures, science is imitating life and engineering structures on the smallest possible scales. Drawing inspiration from the behavior of certain proteins that spontaneously self-assemble into complicated structures, researchers are using molecules and individual atoms as building blocks and endeavoring to achieve a specific geometric pattern of the atoms that these proteins are composed of on the surface of the nanotube. Researcher Gregorian goes on to say, if you know the underlying atomic lattice, it means that you know how to further build around it, how to attach things to it. It's like scaffolding for future building. Now that the magnetic properties of carbon have been discovered, an added dimension has appeared that will affect future research and experimentation. In the words of Hendrik Oldog of the Stanford Synchrotron Radiation Laboratory, with carbon we know how to make things very small. On the other hand, we know a lot about how to process and store information using magnetism. This opens up the door for future studies that will lead to improved magnetism in carbon that could one day mean that we will be able to combine the magnetic and the carbon world. All of this work with carbon is evoking the great life that manifests itself through this element with undreamt of consequences for the future. Even now, the electromagnetic waves that permeate the ethers through communication networks are having a tremendous effect on the mineral essence of the planet, accelerating its evolution and making it more adaptable to future human use. As carbon is rendered magnetic at room temperature and enters the field of electronics on a vast scale, this can only intensify. We are witnessing the spiritual electrification of the entire world with corresponding changes in the human organism. The key to understanding these changes lies in one of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. Symmetry of form, beauty of color, strength, and the compactedness of the diamond constitute bodily perfection. Light of the Soul, Sutra 46, Book 3. This sutra veils the secret of the future evolution of the human organism. It involves a new understanding of the relationship between carbon and oxygen in the physical body, eventually leading to the transformation of humanity into the diamond-souled kingdom. To understand this alchemy of carbon in the human organism, carbon as a symbol of living matter has to be explored. 4 basic elements. Instead of the 4 classical elements of alchemy, earth, air, water, and fire, we can use in a symbolic manner the more modern chemical elements and ponder their deeper significance. Thus, the lower principles of man are represented by 4 basic elements that also form the main physical constituents of the physical body. These are carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. Carbon forms the backbone biology for all life on Earth, bonding with the other elements, particularly hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, to form complex molecules. In the cosmic bloodstream, we saw that hydrogen and oxygen are direct precipitations of the universal ether, and they facilitate the desire to manifest on the physical plane. These 4 elements are prevalent throughout the universe, with carbon, the symbol of organic life, tantalizingly present, the substance formed and molded over the etheric vehicle by the action of prana. The birth of cosmic desire, the Eagle Nebula, is what many astronomers refer to as a star factory or stellar nursery, a region where many stars are formed. It is a mixture of gas and dust made of mainly hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and silicon gases. The carbon and silicon gases are what give the object its central dark dust column appearance, while the hydrogen gas gives its red coloring and the oxygen gas gives it its slight tint of blue. Hydrogen, the lightest of all gases, burns in oxygen, giving off the most intense heat of any substance in combustion and forms water, the most stable of compounds. It is related to the principle of animal desire, which burns fiercely during life in matter, resulting in satiety. Oxygen, the supporter of hydrogen's combustion. It is the life-giving gas and related to the human principle of prana, the active power behind all vital phenomena. These 2 precipitations are supported by the work of nitrogen, an inert gas, the vehicle with which oxygen is mixed, to adapt the latter for animal respiration. It is related to the etheric vehicle, the inert subtle body on which the physical body is molded. And carbon, the fuel par excellence, the basis of all organic substances. It is related to the gross matter of the body, the substance formed and molded over the etheric vehicle by the action of prana. Hydrogen related to the astral body, oxygen related to the life principle prana, nitrogen related to the etheric body, and carbon related to the physical body. 4 basic elements references The Mysteries of the Hebdomad, The Secret Doctrine, Volume 2, page 593. Carbon forms compounds hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen to provide on the physical plane a body that reflects the vehicle of desire on the astral plane. Inversely, as a human being transcends the emotional nature and purifies the astral vehicle, the relationship between carbon and oxygen in the physical body is similarly transformed. Astral man becomes spiritual man, no longer a product of uncontrolled emotional combustion. On the physical plane, this is reflected by a reduced need for oxygen in the respiration process of the physical organism and a transformation of its carbon content. This will be addressed in Part 3. The purified breath and carbon transformation, Part 3. At present, the human breathing cycle has a less than benign effect on the environment, taking oxygen out of the atmosphere and returning poisonous carbonic acid. On the heat of the outbreath, the materialistic consciousness and separative desires of the human being manifest, fortunately redeemed by the psychic purity of the vegetable kingdom through the power of photosynthesis. In addition to the pollution generated by our breathing, the carbon emissions produced by human enterprise in general reveal toxicity within the collective consciousness. Significantly, humanity is now working the curtailing of carbon emissions, which symbolizes a move towards controlling the desire nature. For the esotericist, the breath itself must be redeemed, its composition reflecting the condition of the psychic nature. During respiration, man unconsciously breathes in the psychic component of the surrounding atmosphere and breathes his inner psychic condition back out. At the point where the tide of the in-breath turns to become the out-breath, an alchemical reaction takes place between the outer and inner environments, and the resulting combination permeates the exhaled breath. Those who understand this cycle work purposefully and rhythmically with the breathing process. The spirit cannot be discovered through specific exercises, however, which can over-oxygenate and therefore over-stimulate the lower force centers. It is revealed instead through the profoundly more difficult process of self-forgetfulness, harmlessness, and right speech. These attributes open up an intuitive understanding of the law of cycles that automatically imposes harmony and rhythm on the life expression, including the breathing cycle. Interestingly, in the 1950s, the Ukrainian doctor Konstantin Buteyko postulated that many chronic medical conditions of our age, from asthma to lupus and Crohn's disease, are the result of taking in too much oxygen during the breathing process. This leads to a deficiency of carbon dioxide in the body, which medical science has long known plays an important role in releasing oxygen from the blood cells and tissue. The Buteyko breathing technique extends the lower interlude of the breathing cycle to address this problem with promising results. Esotericists who have achieved the necessary level of dispassion can work in the lower interlude of the breathing cycles, the pause after exhalation, for an incredible length of time. This is because the amount of oxygen used by the body is in proportion to the power of the desire nature, and the more spiritualized the practitioner, the longer he can live in his own air. The magical worker aspires to become as passionless and psychically pure as the plant kingdom, and, like the plant, begins to alchemize carbon in the inner laboratory of his own body, which is why carbon is an integral part of the philosopher's stone. As the practice of dispassion proceeds, a purified alchemical force, literally pervaded with love, is breathed out, carrying the magical work forward. Students of occultism who have demonstrated their devotion and their mental poise, and who, to use the ancient formula of the schools of meditation, have kept the 5 commandments and the 5 rules, and have achieved right poise, can begin to use the interludes between the 2 aspects of physical breathing for intense activity and the use of power of will to produce magical effects. The consciousness, focused in the brain and having participated in the work of contemplation, can now proceed to the work of materializing the plan upon the physical plane by the focused energy of the will, used in the silence by the conscious man. As can be seen, these breathing interludes are also 2 in number, after inhalation and after exhalation, and the more experienced the disciple, the longer will be the interlude and the greater the opportunity, therefore, for focused magical work, and for the utterance of those words of power which will make divine purpose to be. The breath literally and symbolically fans the spiritual fire of white magic on the physical plane. It forms an integral part of a great science of the initiates which might be termed esoteric dynamism, the psychology of fiery motion. Through the in-breath, the initiate takes the outer psychic environment in and raises it towards the spiritual ego, while on the out-breath, the energy from this level of being is poured out into the world as the will to love. The Kundalini fire is involved in this transmutation process, the force of the base chakra rising and fusing with that of the head center to produce what the Tibetans term the individual electric fire. Together they circulate throughout the ventricles of the brain, the place of magical work. Here the white magician combines the fire of spirit and matter to build thought forms of love, to fire the world with the spirit of relationship, and directs them towards specific ends through the electric charge of the will nature. Just as mercury rising in a thermometer is a physical symbol of this process, the Tibetan hints that Mercury and the center at the base of the spine in the human being are closely allied. Mercury demonstrates Kundalini in intelligent activity, while Mars demonstrates Kundalini latent. The truth lies hid in their two astrological symbols. In transmutation and planetary geometrizing, the secret may be revealed. This process of transmutation and planetary geometrizing, to which the Tibetan refers, forms the esoteric science behind his directive to let the will to love fire the entire world with the spirit of relationship. And working in this way is a step, no matter how small, towards revealing the secret of the more occult work he alludes to. For now, the focus of the aspirant to the mysteries must be on the understanding the role that love plays in transmutation and planetary geometrizing, in working with it practically in meditation. Love is the great spiral architect, the builder of the electromagnetic relationships between two basic forms of dynamic motion in the universe, the forward drive of the first aspect of divinity, the will, and the rotary motion of the third aspect, active intelligence. Love is a spiraling, elevating aspect of divinity that brings the two together in right relationship to one another, spinning and weaving the rotating atoms of substance into forms through which the essence of love may be expressed. On the human scale, when the will to love is evoked and pours into the human frame, it raises the whole organism into a state of dynamic tension and imposes the rhythm of right relationships on all parts of the body. The human being is then in a position to work as a creative spiral architect, directing love into the world to elevate and direct subjective relationships into new forms of expression. Service of this kind wisely hastens rather than hurries the time when, in the words of Jual Kul, the inner fire of the mental plane and the fire latent in the lower vehicles merges with the sacred fire of the triad, and the work is completed, and the man stands adept. He then gives a vision of the future of the human race, explaining that the macrocosmic evolution proceeds in like manner to the microcosmic. The internal fires of the terrestrial globe, deep in the heart of our Earth sphere, will merge with the sacred fire of the sun at the end of the greater cycle, and the solar system will then have reached its apotheosis. Little by little, as the eons slip away and the lesser cycles run their course, fire will permeate the ethers and will be daily more recognizable and controlled till eventually cosmic and terrestrial fire will be at one, the bodies of all material forms adapting themselves to the changing conditions. The required changes are already occurring in the forerunners of the race who are practicing dispassion and, as a consequence, initiating the transfiguration of the human vehicle through the alchemy of carbon. It may be a very long process, but this is the direction of human evolution as far as the bodies of manifestation are concerned on all the planes. As stated in the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali in Part 2, symmetry of form, beauty of color, strength, and the compactedness of the diamond constitute bodily perfection. The human species will ultimately become hermaphrodite, and, transcending the process of sexual reproduction, will build bodies of expression through an act of will, according to Steiner, bodies of transfigured carbon akin to soft diamond. The blood that circulates within is pure and passionless as the sap of the plant, as symbolized by the rosy cross of the Rosicrucian. In the future, humanity will become the diamond-souled kingdom, working as one to fuse spiritual and mundane fire and raise planetary kundalini. As this occurs, the whole of planetary life will shift onto etheric levels and a state unimaginable to us at present. The pure cold fire of love that shines from Venus, whose evolution is some way ahead of ours, indicates the way, as does the sulphurous, fiery atmosphere that envelops its physical body, indicate that the liberation of spirit from matter has taken place. While this is a vision for a distant future, the work of those who are learning the esoteric science of energy direction is spearheading the way towards this grand consummation. The immediate step forward is the practice of Raja meditation to evoke the will to love. This automatically engages the central jewel of electric fire in the centers that stand behind the organs of the human body. Safely and surely they bring about the conditions and spiritual atmosphere in which the initiate works, where all the centers in the body can be intensified electrically at will and used simultaneously, or one at a time, according to the demand and the need which must be met. The inner as well as the outer nature of man is electric, and the bridge between the two involves the newly discovered magnetic properties of carbon, as earlier referred to, which form part of the philosopher's stone. Added to this is the fact that modern science is not only discovering the electric and magnetic properties of carbon, but also of water, to be explored in the next posting, which makes up more than 80% of the physical bodies of vertebrates and plays a crucial role in the evolution of life on the physical plane of our planet Earth. The scientific discoveries now being made as to how to work electronically and magnetically with carbon and water will facilitate the passage and use of electrical energy in the world, helping humanity to transcend the physical plane and identify more with one another in terms of energy and force. At this point, the work of electric masonry in the building of the carbon temple will proceed in earnest. Transcending identification with any vehicle of consciousness on any plane, the divine human being will know himself simply as a divine emanation, the Antakarana itself. The various bodies, like electric knots, threaded along the Antakarana that can be activated at will when he chooses to focus at a specific level of consciousness in the divine manifestation. When the whole of mankind can do this, man will then truly be a divine ray, a strand of loving energy within the stream of love divine. So love stream is also 666. Again, from the heart, or the sun, or connecting the heart and the sun. So wait, actually, the divine love of the sun, which comes straight from Emanuel Swedenborg, like I was reading his book, The Divine Love and Wisdom, and the divine love of the sun is 666. Focused within the fiery will of God, a little fiery breath riding in rhythmic harmony with the great breath. Then the emanations of heat, due to intensification of the inner flame, coupled with the assimilated radiation of other units, will increase and become of such proportions that the interaction between the individualized selves will result in the merging to perfection of the flame within each one, and a blending of the heat. This will proceed until there is one flame with countless sparks within it. The Angel Nebula. So again, it's very similar to the superspectrum John Keel talks about in the Eighth Tower. Electric tension in sacred space. In the cosmic bloodstream, the divine circulatory system of space was considered, and in electric masonry building the carbon temple, the palace of living fire that the solar logos is constructing through its medium. These two subjects can now be considered a little closer in terms of the creative process at work in the macrocosm and the microcosm. As we have seen, there are 6 forces in nature, and synthesizing all force, symbolized by the hexagon, formed of 6 triangles whose auspices converge to a point, thus the symbol of the universal creation. These forces of universal creation are also depicted in the flower of life, a figure in sacred geometry composed of evenly spaced overlapping circles arranged to form a flower-like pattern. From the center of each flower emanates 6 petals representing the 6 forces in nature, each extending to the perimeter of the circle that encloses them, the synthesizing all-force. The center of each flower is on the circumference of 6 others depicting perfect form, proportion, and harmony. The flower of life represents the fundamental generative forces in time and space working out as right relationships between all things. Considered from the perspective of the 7 rays, the synthesizing all force in this solar system is the ray of love wisdom as it guides and spirals the other 6 forces in their form-building activities. On the physical plane, this is especially so in conjunction with the electrical coordinating force of the ray of ceremonial order. These 2 rays can be seen at work in the shape of gigantic electrified double helixes that proliferate throughout the cosmos, supplying the power that generates and forms galaxies and stars. Birkeland currents, right image displaying the Devic qualities of living substance, pinching down through the generative region to form galaxies, stars, and planets. Further information on Birkeland currents on the electric bridge site can be accessed here. As parallel Birkeland current filaments are drawn together, they begin to rotate in pairs, forming braided helical filaments, diagram top left. Viewed down the axis of these rotating filaments, a cylindrical ring can be seen wherein tremendous electric tension is generated that breaks up into vortices known as diachotron instabilities with a preferred hexagonal shape. Diachotron instabilities have been known since the turn of the 19th century when Christian Birkeland photographed particle beams passing through a low vacuum. It provides a more likely explanation than fluid dynamics for the hexagonal pattern that exists at Saturn's North Pole, as these geometrical patterns are also seen on rocky moons and planets as well as at the North Pole of this gas giant. Throughout the solar system, heavily cratered planets and moons show these and other features that can be replicated in the laboratory and by electric discharge machining used in industrial applications, but are difficult to explain elsewhere in the universe unless electricity is active universally. To date, the formation of hexagonal phenomena in the cosmos through electric tension and subsequent discharge is not acknowledged in standard astrophysics. However, the evidence is steadily accruing, and at some point, the Big Bang gravitational model of the cosmos will require a major rethinking, along with its associated theories of general relativity, black holes, dark matter, and dark energy. These essentials of the current gravitational model are not required in an electric universe. It is electric tension in the cosmic bloodstream of space that produces all manner of phenomena in the heavens based on the hexagonal geometry of the flower of life. Current research is showing that this process is also at work in water, whose surface is electrically organized into a hexagonal structure that carries information to that which it surrounds, including DNA and all the protein chains that construct all life forms on Earth. This will be explored in Part 2. Part 3 will examine how the mammalian brain functions through a fractal-like structure of hexagons at many different levels, and how this arrangement translates thought forms into electrical signals in the cerebral cortex. Part 2, Robe of the Waters. Having presented an overview of electric tension in sacred space, this needs to be linked to the other themes of the electric bridge, first and foremost, the cosmic bloodstream. Here, correspondences were drawn between the interstellar ether and water, noting that the ether is water in its primordial state, and in both cases, electromagnetic tension is at play based on the sacred geometry of the hexagon. The human body is around 2/3 water by volume. As water makes up 90% of the blood plasma as well as surrounding all the DNA and protein chains in the body, water is the foundation of the human organism. In fact, the water molecule accounts for 90% of all molecules in the human body. In the dictionary of the sacred language of all scriptures and myth, there is a symbol called the robe of the waters that represents the vesture of wisdom enwrapping the liberated self. The self is seen to be as a center wherein all the rays of divine life are focused into one supernal light, and about the divine nature is the garment of truth represented by water. As well as being a beautiful image, this symbol also conveys the reality that while the life of an organism is found at the center of the form, on the outside is a garment of truth, a robe of ether that builds, sustains, and informs the manifestation in conformity with its part in the divine plan. This robe, and it makes me think of the robe of glory, this robe is made of two fabrics, ether and water, the former interpenetrating the latter, which then supplies information to all the cells of the body. The research of Gerald Pollack, professor and bioengineer at Washington University, is instrumental in showing how this is so. He and his research team have conducted many experiments on water in order to investigate its high surface tension. Hitherto, it was thought that there were a couple of molecular levels of static charge at the water's surface, but it has always seemed insufficient to create such surface tension that artifacts as heavy as coins can be floated upon it, or creatures such as the aptly named Jesus lizard can walk across it, albeit rather quickly. Now, though, experiments have shown that at its surface, water assumes a fourth state, while the other states are the familiar ice, water, and vapor. This fourth state has the quality of a liquid crystal. It is a gel-like structure and not just a couple of molecular layers thick, but something far more extensive, in the order of 2 or 3 million layers. This water is a viscous substance that has an ordered structure and carries negative electric charge. Its energy and ordering capacity comes from various light sources such as the sun and the infrared light that is all around us. But what is of particular interest is that this water absorbs light at 270 nanometers. This wavelength is the ultraviolet part of the spectrum. Ultraviolet light being the bridge of communication between visible light and the invisible light of the etheric levels of the physical plane out of which the energy bodies of all living forms are constructed. Information from the etheric body is transmitted through a bridge of ultraviolet light straight into the water that surrounds every cell of the physical body. It is here that the true source of information behind the genetic code in DNA is likely to be found. The way that water holds this information is through a state of electrical tension based on the geometry of the hexagon. Because this fourth state of water is a liquid crystal, it acts as a semiconductor. It can hold information through its hexagonal ring-like structures, such structures being known to be associated with the absorption of ultraviolet light at around 270 nanometers. Gerald Pollack discovered that this fourth state of water is formed out of sheets of these hexagons layered on top of one another like a honeycomb. Furthermore, the angle of each sheet shifts 60 degrees, and as the layers of hexagons stack up, they create a helical structure forming a perfect robe to surround every molecule of DNA and RNA in the body. It is here that the secret of the memory of water that has intrigued recent investigators like Jacques Benaviste is to be found, as well as the transfer of thought energy to water, as evidenced in the experiments of Dr. Masaru Emoto. Thought energy precipitating through the ethers would naturally continue on down into water, for, as we have discussed elsewhere on the electric bridge pages, when you look at water, that transparent, tasteless, odorless, adaptable liquid with all its remarkable qualities, you are looking directly at the ether in its densest form. Because water makes up 90% of blood plasma, and much of it is in this fourth phase of an electrically charged liquid crystal, we may find some scientific evidence here that it is electrical action which is chiefly responsible for the blood's circulation, rather than the heart. The heart is not a pump forcing inert blood to move with pressure, but the blood is propelled with its own biological momentum, and boosts itself with induced momenta from the heart. Back in 1932, Bremer of Harvard filmed the blood circulating in spiral streams in a very young embryo, before the heart was functioning. However, he was so impressed with the spiraling blood flow pattern that he ignored the larger implications, that the blood has its own inherent momentum, the heart serving to boost this with spiraling impulses. Gerald Pollack's research suggests that infrared energy radiating into the heart from the environment helps drive the bloodstream, and this research is moving in the right direction, although in the view of esoteric science, the energy source is mainly from etheric levels. Part 3, a different kind of space. So far, we have explored the premise that the building force at work in the heavens is not primarily gravity as thought by standard cosmology, but electric tension based on the sacred geometry of the hexagon. We have also examined this phenomena at work in the growth, development, and functioning of living organisms via the water that surrounds DNA and all the protein chains. We can now move on to explore how electric tension and the sacred geometry of the hexagon are at work in consciousness itself. Amazingly, cognitive neuroscience regards consciousness as an illusion. This view has arisen from experiments showing that the brain takes several hundred milliseconds to process and translate a sensory input. Consequently, in conversations between two people, each person generally responds to what the other has said before the brain activity that correlates with processing speech has transpired. The conclusion is that dialogue takes place non-consciously. Human beings respond to one another before their brains have processed what has been said and are just under the illusion that they are in conscious control after the event. And so consciousness is viewed as epiphenomenal, a dream state in the effervescence rising from the particles of matter in motion. Consciousness doesn't, and I think a lot of that can vary. I mean, it's pretty right, and I think some people don't listen to what you're saying. They hear what they want to hear and make their decisions and choices and literally live in a pretty much echo chamber. Consciousness does indeed rise up out of the particles of matter in motion when they reach a certain level of complex organization. However, the life force behind consciousness isn't spontaneously generated at this point, for all matter is thrilling with life and has consciousness latent within it. The reality is that it's only a certain stage of complexity that this becomes recognizable to human perception and can be examined with scientific instrumentation. But aside from this, a good bridge between the material and spiritual perspectives can be found in the thinking of Bertrand Russell, a great agnostic philosopher who proposed that consciousness exists not in physical space but in non-physical perceptual space. To illustrate the thinking behind Russell's idea, a classic example involves looking at a finger. When the image of the finger falls on the retina, it is immediately digitized into a stream of electric impulses that race through the pitch-black interiors of the nerve fibers into the brain. But somehow the image then magically reappears in the brain as a virtual object, and furthermore gives rise to the illusion that it is not in our brain but outside of our head. Our brain has performed a biopsy of the light reflected from our finger and projected it back to the source. The big question then is, where is reality, inside the brain or outside of the head where it appears to be? Those who follow Bertrand Russell's reasoning would say neither. The dynamics of consciousness occur in a different kind of space parallel to the objective physical space of function. This is taken further by Dr. Peter Walling, a clinical anesthesiologist at Baylor University Medical Center in Dallas, who has been researching the dynamics of consciousness. He does this by examining the fluctuations in the electric current flows within the brain cells and transposing the data into a geometrical representation of their changing dynamics. Out of the seeming chaos of brainwave activity, he found an ordered geometry subtly operating behind the workings of consciousness. It was also discovered that certain patterns reoccurred and were tending towards specific geometrical archetypes, known in the mathematics of chaos theory as fractal attractors. These findings suggest that consciousness is functioning and evolving in an abstract mathematical dimension. Dr. Walling believes that as sensory impressions from the outside world reach the brain in the form of electrical signals, the brain transfers them into a higher dimensional structure in non-physical space, and the geometry of this space is the basis of conscious thought. So again, XYZ, thought, and that 107 veiling really the fourth dimension, the final hey. A vital part of this theory rests on what is known as gamma wave synchrony within the brain. Neuroscientists generally agree that this measurement of coordinated electrical activity best represents consciousness. Gamma wave synchrony occurs when the frequency of neural firing reaches 40 to 100 Hz in an orchestrated fashion all over the brain, all the different data coming into the brain being brought into synchronous activity. Research on patients coming out of anesthesia corroborates this, as the regaining of consciousness is matched by a gamma wave ascent that eventually reaches the point where coherent thought is possible again. Further research shows that the more a subject is able to concentrate his thinking, the more gamma synchrony is present in the electrical activity of the brain. Researchers at the University of Wisconsin-Madison have found that during meditation, Zen Buddhist monks show an extraordinary synchronization of brainwaves at this frequency. While meditating, the monks produced gamma waves that were extremely high in amplitude and had long-range gamma synchrony. The waves from disparate brain regions were in near lockstep, like numerous skipping ropes turning precisely together. They show that spiritual harmony requires coordination of otherwise scattered groups of neurons. Dr. Walling's study of the dynamics of gamma wave synchrony has only recently been possible due to the power of computer-enhanced data, and so the challenge is now on to see how the geometry of consciousness in perceptual space relates to the geometry of the brain in objective space. And a good place to start is with what they both have in common, their fractal geometry. A fractal is a geometrical pattern that is repeated at an ever-decreasing scale to produce irregular shapes and surfaces that don't occur in classical geometry. This property of fractals is known as self-similarity. A good everyday example is a tree. A tree grows by repeating the same process of branching, which means that a little piece of the tree, like a twig, has the same general shape as a bigger part, such as a branch, which in turn is smaller in structure to the entire tree. Scientific investigation has shown that the brain cortex is fractal in nature. That is, smaller structures within it exhibit the same general pattern as the cortex itself over all spatial scales. As Dr. Walling has discovered, the dynamics of consciousness are also fractal in nature. So, clearly the crossover point between the realms of consciousness and matter relies on fractal geometry of some kind. Consciousness requires sympathetically shaped receiving or docking stations in matter that can receive its communications from perceptual space and send objective information back to it. And this communication exchange occurs through fractal patterns based on hexagons. The first hexagonal pattern in the part of the brain that is responsible for memory and navigation, the entorhinal cortex. When a graph is plotted of the way that neurons in this part of the brain fire in laboratory animals as they move about the place, it is seen that they are synchronized into hexagonal patterns. Animals and human beings have a hexagonal spatial representation of the surrounding environment. This is in harmony with the esoteric perspective, as the number 6 is associated with form and manifestation. As the lower three planes of the solar system form the prison of man, 666, or 666, is regarded as the number of materialism, the number of the dominance of the lower mental, astral, and physical worlds, prior to the process of reorientation towards the higher spheres. The same hexagonal patterns are also discovered at deeper levels within the entorhinal cortex, but at finer scales. The interior of brain cells have a structure known as microtubules that are cylindrical in shape with a hexagonal lattice on their surface. This hexagonal surface is perfectly suited to the flurries of tiny snowflake-shaped enzymes that are attracted to them by electrostatic affinity. These biological catalysts, known as CAMKI or CAMKII, are hollow double hexagons. To the esotericist, it is their hollow nature that is interesting, as this always signals a crossover zone between the inner and outer planes. The hexagonal vortices that each of these proteins frames is likely to hold the secret of information transfer between consciousness and the physical brain. As these little proteins land upon the microtubule surface, they extend 6 legs like tiny landing craft, each foot acting like a bit of information, the 6 bits making 1 byte. Through this interaction, dynamic patterns are formed on the hexagonal lattice of the microtubules, and some insightful researchers think that this controls and orchestrates neural firing patterns in the brain. Another anesthesiologist, Professor Stuart Hameroff of Arizona University in the Center for Consciousness Studies, suggests that in the brain, this array of fractal hexagons in descending scale correlates with conscious experience. Consciousness can move up and down various levels in a fractal-like brain hierarchy similar to a musical scale. At the frequencies between 40 and 100 Hz, gamma synchrony appears as a pattern of neural oscillation. This increases to 10,000 Hz in microtubules and on to megahertz, gigahertz, and even terahertz, each band of frequencies corresponding to even smaller structures within the brain. Professor Hameroff points out that these are all separated by 3 orders of magnitude, which is the optimal scale for fractal hierarchies to appear within their self-repeating patterns. He compares these octave scales to the lokas of Eastern philosophy, loka being a Sanskrit term for world in Vedic literature. As consciousness is focused in concentrated thinking or meditation, it moves further down the fractal hierarchy of the brain. And so again, hierarchy is 444 and neurology is 444. And I mean, so many other things, obviously, but just the direct overlap. The frequency of the electromagnetic signals increasing dramatically until they are so rapid that consciousness can be said to be operating independently of physical brain matter in one of the subtle worlds or lokas. But it is to Dr. Walling that we return to for the actual nature of consciousness, whatever world or loka it may be functioning in, and this brings us back to the concept of perceptual space. Consciousness will never be discovered as a substantial thing with a specific location, even on the highest spiritual plane imaginable. For whatever plane life is functioning on, the dynamics of consciousness operate in the perceptual space related to that plane, a dimension apart from all others. It is here that consciousness resides in an indefinable, intangible realm of mathematical relationships. God geometrizes, and consciousness is the result. Esoteric philosophy states that consciousness arises from the interaction of spirit and matter. So, whichever of the 7 planes of spirit matter life is functioning on, the dynamics of consciousness operate in the perceptual space related to that plane, a different kind of space. To the occultist, there is no such thing as substance, but only force in varying degrees, and only consciousness producing intelligent effect through the medium of space. Technology in the Plan. Introduction. Beneath the surface of the information and communications revolution, an arcane process is at work with tremendous implications for humanity's future. In the digital circuits on which the internet, computers, and cellular phones all rely, electricity is made to run through the circuitry pattern on a silicon chip performing an ordered, repetitive dance. The rudiments of ceremony and ritual. Electricity is the life force of divinity, and the harnessing and directing of electrical behavior is all part of the divine plan. Compared to just 100 years ago, the quality of light in the world has evolved significantly through experimentation with electricity. This was explored in a video recording made to celebrate the United Nations Age of Light in 2015 and serves as a good starting point for our theme, Technology and the Plan.
Beneath the surface of the information and communications revolution, an arcane process is at work with tremendous implications for humanity's future. In the digital circuits on which the internet, computers, and cellular phones all rely, electricity is made to run through the circuitry pattern on a silicon chip, performing an ordered, repetitive dance, the rudiments of ceremony and ritual. Electricity is the life force of divinity, and the harnessing and directing of electrical behavior is all part of the divine plan. In Alice Bailey's words, electricity is the foundation of all manifestations and lies back of all evolution. It produces light in ever-growing brilliancy, and lies behind all human relationships. He who has solved what lies back of electrical phenomena has solved the secret of his own being. Compared to just 100 years ago, the quality of light on the planet has evolved significantly through experimentation with electricity. In homes and in industry, in science, technology, and medicine, light is being focused, transmuted, and radiated. Areas of the spectrum invisible to human sight are being explored, pointing to a future where the inner realms of being will eventually be discovered. Humanity is truly moving towards an age of light wherein the very secrets of life themselves will reveal themselves. Our current understanding of light is limited to its association with physical matter, but in its rarefied state, light is the essence of consciousness, and in the spiritually developed person, light expresses itself through the medium of inspired ideas. Patterns of light descend from the soul and impress themselves in the vital airs in the brain cavity. From here they cross the boundary between the inner and outer worlds, stimulating the brain cells and the electrical firing of the synapses. As a consequence, the light of the seen and the unseen worlds merges in the brain's circuitry, fulfilling the injunction of the great invocation, "Let light descend on earth." This fusion of the light of the soul with the light of matter is the basis of redemption, the progressive raising of the whole of creation towards the divine. And when the thinking of the majority is conditioned by the loving inspiration of the soul, the lower worlds will become illumined by divine purpose, and humanity will enter its birthright as a planetary light bearer. Through loving, inclusive thoughts inspired by the soul, beautiful geometric patterns of light are automatically generated in the lower worlds, which over time bring about a more enlightened state of consciousness in responsive hearts and minds. The service initiative of triangles is the simplest and most powerful example of this. The right education of children is, of course, pivotal in developing a more enlightened state of consciousness. And to this end, future developments in education can be expected to focus on bridging between the intellect and the intuition. The intuition is the transmitter of radiant truth and beauty, the one true reality. And as this becomes more widely recognized, the ephemeral and transient nature of time and space will become a central theme of education, along with the great law of cause and effect that governs consciousness and produces all happenings in the external world. The incoming energy of the seventh ray of ceremony and order will be instrumental in bringing about these changes in education. The seventh ray has the ability to blend all of the rays into one great energetic light, bringing illumination, revelation, and order upon the earth. And a wonderful initiative towards this future is the United Nations International Year of Light and Light-Based Technologies in 2015. Throughout the year, the UN will seek to raise global awareness of the science and applications of light, and of how optics and photonics can have a positive impact in fields as diverse as energy and education, agriculture and health. The UN Year of Light occurs at a time in human evolution when the heavens are opening and light is descending all around us, so beautifully symbolized by the all-seeing eye of space telescopes that catch the light radiating from the depths of the cosmos. The time has now come for this to be paralleled by inner vision. The Lucis Trust works to amplify the emerging light of human consciousness in the trend towards inner unity and synthesis within humanity. We hope you will join us in this group service and help to anchor the vision of humanity's next step forward on its remarkable journey into an age of light.
Now, that reminds me how 2015 was the 111th year of the Eon of Horus. 111 being, again, crucial in Praetor Achad's whole unveiling of the key, again, which led to whenever I pretty much applied it after having read Kenneth Grant's books and getting that egg on April 2nd, Obsidian Stone Egg on April 2nd, 2011, the 107th year, what was about to be, I ended up realizing, holy shit, there's too much overlap. That's why I wrote this whole blog. But, yeah, the white light is 111, and then Malkuth, and that links literally like Heather and Malkuth in this whole science of light. So, I don't know, there's just like too much for one person to just, it's just Part 2, Working with Nature's Patterns. The entire mineral kingdom will be spiritualized by man, with the plow of his spirit. To a great extent, this will be brought about by oscillating energy, no longer requiring waves or wires. Here, man will be working right into the molecules and atoms. At the end of the 4th round, he will have transformed the entire mineral kingdom. Rudolf Steiner. In Electric Tension in Sacred Space, we explored how hexagonal patterns of electricity are at work in nature, not only building all life forms, but also determining the way consciousness functions through them. A pattern of hexagons is the shape that best fills a space with equal size units, leaving no wasted space. It produces the smallest perimeter for a given area due to the hexagon's 120-degree angles, and the pull of surface tension in each direction makes it the most mechanically stable too. These are some of the reasons why, even though bees make their honeycombs with circular units, as the wax hardens into place, it forms a hexagonal structure. Compound eye of horsefly. The compound eyes of insects such as horsefly are also formed in hexagons, and while the image they form is not as clear and detailed as the human eye, they have a much wider field of view, and are very good for detecting swiftly moving objects and their trajectories. An artificial compound eye has recently been developed by researchers at Tianjin University in China, one of the goals being to create 3D location systems for robots, self-driving cars, and unmanned aerial vehicles. And that reminds me of the Argus.
Reporting forces on the ground, a predator team mistook a convoy of Afghan civilians, including women and children, for militants. The pilot asks, "Is that a rifle?" The answer is, "Can't really tell." After hours of monitoring, the ground commander calls in a strike. And 23 civilians die, in part because of limitations of the sensors. But engineers are working to create new sensors that can see more in greater detail than ever before.
Today, we've developed sensors that can watch with an all-seeing eye and see an area about the size of a small city, all at one time.
This is the next generation of surveillance. For the first time, we actually have permission from the government to show the basic capabilities. It is important for the public to know that some of these capabilities exist.
Engineer Yanis Antoniadis designed the new sensor, known as Argus. With 1.8 billion pixels, it's the world's highest resolution camera. Argus fits inside this pod that attaches to the belly of a UAV. But because much of the work is classified, we can't see the sensor itself.
Because we are not allowed to expose some of the pieces that make up the sensors, so you get to look at pretty plastic curtains.
Also known as wide area persistent stare, Argus is the equivalent of having up to 100 predators look at an area the size of a medium-sized city at once. This image was taken 17,500 feet above Quantico, Virginia, and covers 15 square miles.
This whole image is at a very, very fine resolution. So if we wanted to know what is going on in any spot along this image, say near this building at this intersection, we can generate a moving image that shows what's going on in the area.
Simply by touching the screen, Antoniadis has opened up a window showing a detailed area, while still maintaining the broader context.
And everything that is a moving object is being automatically tracked. The color boxes represent that the computer has recognized the moving objects. You can see individuals crossing the street. You can see individuals walking in parking lots. There's actually enough resolution to be able to see the people waving their arms or walking around, what kind of clothes they wear. And you could pick the location of where you produce these images anywhere in the entire field of view.
Antoniadis can open up to 65 windows at once and can see objects as small as 6 inches on the ground.
From even 17,500 feet, the white thing that you see flying around is a bird.
Argus streams live to the ground and also stores everything, 1 million terabytes of video a day, which is the equivalent of 5,000 hours of high-definition footage.
So you can go back and say, I would like to see what happened at this particular location 3 days, 2 hours, 4 minutes ago, and it could actually show you exactly what happened as if you were watching it live.
To create the world's highest definition camera, Antoniadis needed to design a new imaging chip. But DARPA, the project's funder, wanted to move fast and keep costs down. So he borrowed technology that most people have in their pockets.
Inside this cell phone, okay, we find a tiny little camera. So if you were to take off the majority of it, you'd be left with an imaging chip. If you were to take 368 of these and make a big mosaic out of them and start shooting images, now you have Argus.
Unlike the Predator camera that limits field of view, Argus melds together video from each of its 368 chips to create a 1.8 billion pixel video stream. This makes it possible to zoom in and still see tremendous detail. Whether Argus has been deployed in the field is classified.
I'm not at liberty to discuss plans with the government, but if we had our choice, we would like Argus to be over the same area 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's not very easily achievable with manned platforms. This is where UAVs come in, and they're absolutely the perfect platform.
Argus may be mounted on an armed UAV like the Predator, a long-range platform like the giant Global Hawk, or a development craft called the Solar Eagle that may someday stay aloft for years at a time.
The U.S. Air Force right now has the ability to archive every single video that comes off of every single UAV. We're moving to an increasingly electronic society where our movements are going to be tracked.
So, another striking example of hexagonal patterning is to be found in bioluminescent deep-water marine sponges. One such creature, the Venus flower basket, weaves its hexagonal basket structure of glass fibers out of the silicon in seawater. This glass skeleton typically has groups of 6 spicules intersecting at right angles, which are similar in appearance and optical properties to the optical fibers on which the communication and information age is based. Technology is now close to taking another step along this path by designing hexagonal building patterns into computer chips. As embedded intelligence finds its way into ever more areas of our lives, vast amounts of data are being generated that silicon-based computer chips are struggling to process. An innovative way of addressing this is to use carbon instead of silicon and transform the two-dimensional design of the chip into a three-dimensional architecture. Carbon nanotubes are based on the hexagonal structure of graphite and can be fabricated at low temperatures. This enables them to be built up in layers without interfering with the circuits beneath. Researchers at Stanford University and MIT have now built a new chip by stacking carbon nanotube circuits and memory cells on top of one another in honeycomb layers. The first prototype was produced in 2019. The design of this 3D architecture is remarkably similar to the way in which water stores memory. Professor Gerald Pollock and his research team at Washington University have been investigating the fourth state of water, which occurs throughout nature and is made up of hexagonal layers of ionized charge. This was explored in depth in Robe of the Waters, where we related this discovery to the esoteric teaching that water is a condensation of the ether. All information pertaining to nature's building patterns and processes is held in the ether and transmitted across the threshold between the visible and invisible realms through an electrical condensation process based around the geometry of the hexagon. The water surrounding all the DNA within the physical body of a life form is in the fourth state of water discovered by Gerald Pollock, and this enables the storing of information relayed to it from the etheric body of the organism, much as the computer stores memory. Changes in the etheric field thereby control all the biological processes of DNA known to science with regard to the construction, maintenance, and the mutation of the organism's physical form. We can expect computer technology to continue experimentation with hexagonal building patterns in computer chips as it mimics the natural processes that occur in the fourth state of water at the interface between physical and etheric nature. And an interesting glimpse of future possibilities is to be found in the advent of water computers. a team of researchers at MIT have discovered that water can be introduced into the hexagonal spaces inside carbon nanotubes, where it solidifies at temperatures at which it normally boils. It is not freezing into ice, but is a similar process and referred to as an ice-like phase. The team at MIT are currently researching the possibility of new applications based on this discovery. These technological advances are in resonance with the way nature transmits and stores information and heralds undreamt of possibilities for the future. One such possibility is the setting up of communication networks with those who have recently passed over to the astral world. Such communication may be feasible because the atomic substance of the astral world and the water of this world are closely related, sharing similar properties and characteristics. Making water solidify at boiling point introduces new electrical properties and patterns to its atomic structure, and at a much higher energy level than ice. Ongoing developments in this engineering of water could lead to it becoming highly responsive to the vibrations of the astral world. The water computers of the future may eventually fulfill one of the prophecies of the Alice Bailey writings. Through the use of the radio by those who have passed over, will communication be eventually set up and reduced to a true science? Esoteric Psychology, page 184. So it's interesting because there's this guy was simply talking about, like, I came across it. He talks about the Rubik's Cube and, he uses it, but the Rubik's Cube being 333 and matrices, again, it's a hypercube, but even more than that, it's like this whole thing about time. Well, he shows how, if this thing would load,
And there's something about this that just feels like a two-dimensional isomorphic projection of a three-dimensional cube, right? And the last revelation that I had when I was playing with this application was I got a good sense of how cubes fit into the hypercube geometry. In fact, it's very similar to how squares fit into the three-dimensional cube geometry. So why don't we examine this for a moment and forget about its hypercubeness. What we have is a cube, right? And a cube is created from a bunch of constituent squares, the top, left, right, front, back, and bottom. And each square, so if I just take the front square, is connected to all the other squares except the one that's on the opposite side of the shape. And the connection between one square and another square is always exactly one line. Now if you take this learning and you bring it into the hypercube space, well, you'll notice that each cube is connected to all other cubes except the one that is on the opposite side of the hypercube. So these two are not connected to each other. These two are not connected to each other, these two are not directly connected to each other, and these two are not directly connected to each other.
So this whole thing, it just shows you, I like it because VR and all these new technologies will make it this whole conceptual bridge in a way for all sorts of things. Like, again, this 2020 remote working from home and all this idea, like they're really wanting that to slowly come to fruition pretty much. And so I don't know, I've used Oculus, and I even saw so many different potentials, like even with the Google Earth. The VR thing is very interesting, and so it makes me think of Liber 206, which is all about pranayama pretty much. And anyway, so tying into really like Buddhism, actually, I wanted to talk about also, well, I just remembered the Gnostics and their remains. I've known of and like had this book for quite a while, and I remember it saying like Buddhism and Gnosticism are essentially like Gnosticism may have came from Buddhism, and I kind of like was apprehensive about that at first. But again, there's something to a lot of this, like especially with when you read in that the Dharani cult of Buddhism, the spell about the serpent and all that. Like, I don't know, it's just weird that there's a lot of overlap and a lot of like hints and a lot of just relation, pretty much. I mean, but there's, I mean, not just this chapter. There's a lot of different other references to Buddhism in this whole book. But it's mainly because Buddhi, and jnana or gnosis are essentially the same thing, and a lot of the teachings are the same. And then this whole Mithra connection as well, which Franz Cumont comes up. So the Oriental religions and Roman paganism, kind of important. And then the mysteries of Mithra, definitely. And Vermasserin, what's his name, VK or VH? I forgot his first name. Martin Vermasserin. He wrote Mithras, the Unknown God, and I found out about that because I found this book about Cybele after hearing Tracy Twyman talk about it a while ago, and then I saw that book, Cybele, and I believe in Addis, and looked him up, and then found Mithras. But then there's this book, Devil Worship by Joseph Isia, which is funny because it came out in 1919, same as the Equinox 3 of Crowley's, where he basically fused the Book of the Law and Thelema with the OTO, which was, prior to him, with Royce and Kellner, which he also said goes way back to, again, the Templars. And the Templars, again, like, they're accused of, like, sodomy and heresy and all sorts of things, even though they were the poor fellow soldiers of Christ in the Temple of Solomon, which they were apparently they were a Catholic military order, and then apparently the Jews, or not Jews, the Jesuits are also an arm or branch of the Catholics and come up a lot, which Crowley actually even said, like, the spiritual guide and practices of pretty much the Jesuits, and it's just their strictness, their strict, like, insistence on chastity of sorts. But apparently, like, I don't know, this whole thing about the Templars is very deep. Again, Tracy Twyman talks all about it. And the Merovingians and the Irish and the Scots and the Danann, all of that. It gets very deep. But again, it could be that essentially this 58 Ha'abin, it just makes me think of the lingam again, the lingam and Shiva lingam pujas or whatever they're called, and so it's just like, I don't know, maybe that was a little overblown, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, I don't know. But when you think of all these connections, again, the Bethel, the Betel, the stupa, the Buddhist stupa, like the shape of the Buddha himself, and all these, I don't know, it's very indicative of, like, intelligence and structure. The tree of life itself, again, it's like if the labyrinth is the tree of life, then the stupa certainly probably relates to it. Again, with the 5 Sephiroth of the middle pillar. And so, I don't know, there's a lot to that. But the tree and serpent worship, again, people could assume, again, the Catholics could probably assume this is all like evil, satanic, Baphomet, it's, again, being the link between the lingam and yoni, their fusion, the hermaphrodite, or Hermes and Aphrodite. It's just kind of funny. So it's just obvious that, and Father Mother being 555, Hermes himself is 555. So is the coffin. And then in that whole The Hidden Stone chapter, talks about how Hermes is basically like only asleep in this like so-called coffin or ark or whatever. And so I don't know. It's just so obvious that there's an Enoch is 555 HN Kof final, or Hey Nun Kof final. So yeah, this magnetic speculations. Hargrave Jennings definitely knew a lot about this whole thing, this magnetism of the body and mind, and essentially how, what I was saying, the body is like a battery in a sense. It's just the knowledge of the function, how to charge the battery, and then how to plug it into the device, so to speak, is, I guess, fundamentally lost, and increasingly so. And that's what we would call, that's what they essentially call devil worship. Is, well, obviously this is about the Yazidis, but when you think about it, like there's a lot of like similarities, and it's just the misinterpretation over long periods of time and corruption and all sorts of things. But this whole text, I want to get to the Al-Jilwa, because Al-Jilwa is 93, which is, again, is the whole phallic, word itself. But the origin of the manuscript. The Arabic manuscript here translated was presented to me before I left Mosul by my friend Daud as-Sa'id as a memento of our friendship. Hawaja as-Sa'id was a man of culture and sympathy with Western thought, and an intimate acquaintance of N.M. Sioufi, the vice-consul of the French Republic in Mosul. From the first page of the manuscript it appears that through some Yazidis he had access to their literature. I know he was in close touch with many of them, especially in the family of Mullah Haidar, which he is the only Yazidi family that can read and guard the sacred tradition of the sect. The manuscript comprises a brief introduction, the sacred books, and an appendix. In the first, the compiler indicates the sources of his information and gives a sketch of the life of Sheikh Adi, the chief saint of the Yazidis. The sacred books comprise Kitab al-Jilwa, Book of Revelation, and Mashaf Rosh, the Black Book, so named because in it mention is made of the descent of the Lord upon the Black Mountain. Al-Jilwa is ascribed to Sheikh Adi himself and would accordingly date from the 12th century AD. It is divided into a brief introduction and 5 short chapters. In each, Adi is represented as the speaker. In the preface, the Sheikh says that he existed with Melek Taus before the creation of the world, and that he was sent by his god, Taus, to instruct the Yazidi sect in truth. In the first chapter, he asserts his omnipresence and omnipotence. In the second, he claims to have power to reward those who obey him and to punish those who disobey him. In the third, he declares that he possesses the treasures of the earth. In the fourth, he warns his followers of the doctrines of those that are without. And in the fifth, he bids them to keep his commandments and obey his servants, who will communicate to them his teachings. The Black Book, which perhaps dates from the 13th century, is larger than the Book of Revelation, but is not divided into chapters. It begins with the narrative of creation. God finishes his work in 7 days, Sunday to Saturday. In each day he creates a king, Melek. Melek Taus, who is created on Sunday, is made chief of all. After that, Far ad-Din creates the planets, man, and animals. Then follows a story about Adam and Eve, their temptation and quarrel, the coming of the chief angels to the world to establish the Yazidi kingdom, the flood, the miraculous birth of Yazid bin Muawiyah, and certain ordinances in regard to food, the new year, and marriages. The appendix contains the following: a collection of materials concerning the Yazidi belief and practice, a poem in praise of Sheikh Adi, the principal prayers of the Yazidis in the Kurdish language, a description of the Yazidi sacerdotal system, and a petition to the Ottoman government to exempt the sect from military service, presented in the year 1872 AD. An analysis of the texts shows that the material is taken from different sources. Part of it is clearly derived from the religious books of the sect, another part from a description of the beliefs and customs of the sect given by a member of it to an outsider, a third partly from observations by an outsider, partly from stories about the Yazidis current among the Christian neighbors, or their Christian neighbors, and unfortunately the compiler does not specify whence each particular part of his information is obtained. On closer examination, it is evident that part, at least, of the Arabic in hand is a translation from Syriac. The Yazidis, frequently called devil worshippers, are a small and obscure religious sect numbering about 200,000. They are scattered over a belt of territory 300 miles wide, extending in length from the neighborhood of Aleppo in northern Syria to the Caucasus in southern Russia. The mass of them, however, are to be found in the mountains of northern and central Kurdistan and among the Sinjar hills of northern Mesopotamia. By reason of their mysterious religion, the devil worshippers have been an object of interest and investigation for several generations. Our chief first-hand sources of information in regard to the manners, customs, and practices of these people are Sir Henry Layard, Nineveh and its Remains, 1849, Nineveh and Babylon, 1853, G.P. Badger, The Nestorians and Their Rituals, 1852, my honored teacher, Reverend A.N. Andrus, veteran missionary of the ABCFM, resident in Mardin, Mesopotamia, the Yazidis, in the Encyclopedia of Missions, P. Anastasi, the Yazidis, in the Arabic periodical Al-Masriq, Volume 2, 1899, Professor A.V. Williams Jackson of Columbia University, Persia, Past and Present, 1906, the Yazidis in International Encyclopedia SV, also in JOS 2517, so etc., etc. Suyufi was the first to discover and establish the historical character of Sheikh Adi, about whom the scholars had been puzzled. He published an extract relating to Adi from Ibn Halakan's Wafayat al-Ayan bibliographical work. Of the second-hand sources of information may be mentioned Les Yazid by J. Menant, blah, blah, blah. Two of these manuscripts are in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. The translation of the Arabic Karshuni texts in these manuscripts relative to the Yazidis was published by Professor E. H. Brown in an appendix to O. H. Perry, 6 Months in Syrian Monastery, 1895. Professor Brown at that time proposed to edit the Arabic text, but so far as I can ascertain, this intention has not been carried out. The manuscript translation by Brown, which according to Perry was written by a native of Mosul, seems to be closely related to that translated below. There are, however, some differences in contents and arrangement. My copy is divided in the Book of Revelation, the Black Book, and an appendix, while Brown's embraces the Book of Revelation, which corresponds to that in my manuscript, and two other accounts, the greater part of which is contained in the Black Books of my text, and the rest in the appendix. Further in the manuscript, Al-Ghilwa immediately follows the introduction, while in Brown's the discussion of the sacerdotal system. The petition to the Ottoman government and some other matters are inserted between the introduction and Al-Ghilwa. In Brown's, moreover, preface, in the name of the most compassionate God. With the help of the Most High God and under his direction, we write the history of the Yazidis, their doctrines, and the mysteries of their religion, as contained in their books, which reached our hand with their own knowledge and consent. In the time of Al-Muqtadir Billah, A.H. 295, there lived Mansur al-Hallaj, the wool carder, and Sheikh Abd al-Qadir of Jilan. At that time, too, there appeared a man by the name of Sheikh Adi, from the mountain of Hakkari, originally from the region of Aleppo or Baalbek. He came and dwelt in Mount Lalis, near the city of Mosul, about 9 hours distant from it. Some say he was of the people of Haran, and related to Marwan ibn al-Hakam. His full name is Saraf ad-Din Abu-i-Fadail, Adi bin Musavir bin Ismail bin Musa bin Marwan bin al-Hassan bin Marwan. He died AH 558, AD 62-63. His tomb is still visited. It is near Badre, one of the villages of Mosul, distant 11 hours. The Yazidis are the progeny of those who were the Murids, disciples of Shayadi. Some trace their origin to Yazid, others to Hassan al-Basri. Al-Jilwa, the Revelation. Before all creation, this revelation was with Melek Taus, who sent Abd Taus to this world that he might separate truth known to his particular people. This was done, first of all, by means of oral tradition, and afterwards by means of this book, Al-Jilwa, which the outsiders may neither read nor behold. Chapter 1. I was, am now, and shall have no end. I was, am now, and shall have no end. I exercise dominion over all creatures, and over the affairs of all who are under the protection of my image. I am ever present to help all who trust in me and call upon me in time of need. There is no place in the universe that knows not my presence. I participate in all the affairs which those who are without call evil, because their nature is not such as they approve. Every age has its own manager, who directs affairs according to my decrees. This office is changeable from generation to generation, that the ruler of this world and his chiefs may discharge the duties of their respective offices, every one in his own turn. I allow everyone to follow the dictates of his own nature, but he that opposes me will regret it sorely. No god has a right to interfere in my affairs, and I have made it an imperative rule that everyone shall refrain from worshipping all gods. All the books of those who are without are altered by them, and they have declined from them, although they were written by the prophets and the apostles. That there are interpolations is seen in the fact that each sect endeavors to prove that the others are wrong and to destroy their books. To me, truth and falsehood are known. When temptation comes, I give my covenant to him that trusts in me. Moreover, I give counsel to the skilled directors, for I have appointed them for periods that are known to me. I remember necessary affairs and execute them in due time. I teach and guide those who follow my instruction. If anyone obey me and conform to my commandments, he shall have joy, delight, and goodness. Chapter 2. I requite the descendants of Adam and reward them with various rewards that I alone know. Moreover, power and dominion over all that is on earth, both that which is above and that which is beneath, are in my hand. I do not allow friendly association with other people, nor do I deprive them that are my own and that obey me of anything that is good for them. I place my affairs in the hands of those whom I have tried and who are in accord with my desires. I appear in diverse manners to those who are faithful and under my command. I give and take away, I enrich and impoverish. I cause both happiness and misery. I do all this in keeping with the characteristics of an epoch, and none has a right to interfere with my management of affairs. Those who oppose me I afflict with disease, but my own shall not die like the sons of Adam that are without. None shall live in this world longer than the time set by me, and if I so desire, I send a person a second or a third time into this world or into some other by the transmigration of souls. Chapter 3. I lead to the straight path without a revealed book. I direct aright my beloved and my chosen ones by unseen means. All my teachings are easily applicable to all times and all conditions. I punish in another world all who do contrary to my will. Now, the sons of Adam do not know the state of things that is to come. For this reason they fall into many errors. The beasts of the earth, the birds of the heaven, and the fish of the sea are all under the control of my hands. All treasures and hidden things are known to me, and as I desire, I take from them one and bestow them upon another. I reveal my wonders to those who seek them, and in due time my miracles to those who receive them from me. But those who are without are my adversaries, hence they oppose me. Nor do they know that such a course is against their own interests, for might, wealth, and riches are in my hand, and I bestow them upon every worthy descendant of Adam. Thus the government of the worlds, the transition of generations, and the changes of their directors are determined by me from the beginning. Chapter 4. I will not give my rights to other gods. I have allowed the creation of 4 substances, 4 times, and 4 corners, because they are necessary things for creatures. The books of Jews, Christians, and Muslims, as of those who are without, except in a sense, i.e., so far as they agree with and conform to my statutes. Whatsoever is contrary to these, they have altered. Do not accept it. 3 things are against me, and I hate 3 things. But those who keep my secrets shall receive the fulfillment of my promises. Those who suffer for my sake I will surely reward in one of the worlds. It is my desire that all my followers shall unite in a bond of unity, lest those who are without prevail against them. Now then, all ye who have followed my commandments and my teachings, reject all the teachings and sayings of such as are without. I have not taught these teachings, nor do they proceed from me. Do not mention my name nor my attributes, lest ye regret it. For ye do not know what those who are without may do. Chapter 5. O ye that have believed in me, honor my symbol and my image, for they remind you of me. Observe my laws and statutes. Obey my servants and listen to whatever they may dictate to you of the hidden things. Receive that is dictated. Do not carry it before those who are without, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and others, for they know not the nature of my teaching. Do not give them your books, lest they alter them without your knowledge. Learn by heart the greater part of them, lest they be altered. Thus endeth the book of Al-Jilwa, which is followed by the book of Mashaf Resh, i.e. the Black Book. And so that was something I just wanted to read because I had mentioned it in the last video. And so Mysterium Baphometus Revelatum is a whole nother ball of wax or can of worms, whatever you want to call it. And it's interesting for different reasons. I mean, there's definitely, Kenneth Grant actually even mentions it in not Night Side of Eden, but the Ninth Arch in the appendix, mentioning number 17 coming up so much. But the first thing is, according to Hammer Purgstall, the formula of faith inscribed on a chalice belonging to the Templars is, let Mete, or Baphomet, be exalted who causes all things to bud and blossom. So again, Baphomet and like Melech Taus being like nature, essentially. It is our root. It is 1 and 7. It is the octinimos, the eightfold name. And so there's a lot to that. But basically, yeah, the whole Yazidic symbolism is essentially that, again, this peacock, Lucifer, the eye, even, I guess, the head, the intelligence, the ruach, it's all sort of concomitant, yet again. I mean, this is kind of what Kenneth Grant's saying with all this overlap and all that, is that, let's see, he says, because I did start reading this too, the magical significance of Yazidic symbolism. We are now in a position to evaluate certain significant inner alignments of the cult of Yazid with the Typhonian Gnosis. To begin with, the stellar origin of the cult is confirmed by the nature of its chief deity, Melech Taus, the peacock angel described by its votaries as one of the 7 gods. In Joseph Issia's resume of the cult and its traditions, the angel is said to be worshipped in the shape of a cock, which connects the cult with the Ophidian Gnosis. We have here, as in the Mithraic ritual discussed in Chapter 9, an example of the double current, terrestrial and extraterrestrial, veiled beneath the image of the bird and the angel. The peacock is an emblem of the Order of the Silver Star, whose presiding angel Iwas is the vehicle of the stellar current manifesting through Sirius, theologized as Set or Hor-Par-Krat, whose minister he is. According to the sacred book of the Yazidi, the black bird, Anfar is a cognate type. Anfar has the value of 333, which links it to the Quran-zonic gnosis centered in Thoth. The mysteries of Yazid may therefore be fathomed by using the method of exegesis employed in the analysis of the Mithraic cult of the disk. The sacred book of the Yazidi, known as the Black Book, alludes to the descent of the god upon the Black Mountain, there to reveal to Sheikh Adi, the head of the Yazidi order, a book that is already written in heaven. The number of Adi is 15. And again, it means primordial or original. In the Tarotic tradition, Atu 15 is ascribed to the devil, but 15 is also the number of the primal goddess, whose sigil comprises the 5 triangles symbolic of the 15 angles or yonis from which flow the kalas of manifestation. In the Therionic tarot, Atu 15 exhibits the image of the phallus or cock of Baphomet, which is also the emblem of the peacock angel described by the Yazidi as the chief of all, hence the devil worship of the cult. The book that is already written in heaven is a reference to the book containing doctrines of time and space, or the stellar gnosis of cyclic eonology. It is said that Adi's receipt of the book would result in his rejecting Mohammedanism and embracing the religion of the Sabaeans, the primal stellar cultists. A myth associated with the Yazid or Yazidi is revealing in this connection. It alludes to a quarrel between Adam and Eve concerning the origin of the human race. Adam claimed that it descended from him, Eve from her. After incessant wrangling, they agreed to deposit in a jar their natural essences. The vessels were then hermetically sealed and opened after a period of 9 months. In Adam's jar were found 2 children, while in Eve's receptacle rotten worms writhed and emitted a foul stench. On the one hand, the twins, or Gemini Zane, symbolic of the double current; on the other, an image of the Qliphoth as a world of putrefying shells. Adam then copulated with Eve, so again the twins, which is like makes me think of the Templar symbol. Adam then copulated with Eve and produced 2 more children. The Yazidi claimed descent from Adam, who typified the vital current, which in conjunction with the substance of Eve, manifested the twins. The symbolism is clear, and it highlights the difference between the formula of the 8th, 9th, and 11th degree OTO. The 8th and 9th comport manifestation of the light, the 11th of the darkness. It is, however, noteworthy that to Eve's solitary emissions were ascribed the origin of the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, and other nations. In other words, Eve is depicted as the genitrix of barbarous or alien sects. This should be borne in mind because although Melek Taus came down to earth for the Yazidi, the seed of the alien races was attributed to the woman, Eva, that is, Jehovah, the Yod-He being represented by the Atu XV, 15, the devil, as woman herself represents the goddess 15, represented by her 3-angled yonis, or 5 3-angled yonis. It is significant also that the Japanese goddess of the deep also exhibits the 15 in her sacred symbol, and as such, she typifies the feminine form of Cthulhu in the deep ones. Another significant legend allegorizes a more probable origin of the Yazidi. After being poisoned by scorpions, Mu'arid or Mu'awiyah knew his wife. Although a woman of 80 years, she appeared one morning by the power of the great God as a woman of 25. She conceived and bore out God, Yazid. The long-awaited prophet Yazid was thus born of a witch in the venom of scorpions. This symbolism signifies transformation via the Ophidian current. Yazid equals 31, which apart from its thelemic implicits is the number of Aku. Aku is a shining being or glorified one, i.e. a deva. These shining beings probably relate to ufological phenomena, or again the magnetic energy center, or star Beta in the Perseus group. The denizens of this star were known to the Arabs as the ghouls because they fed on the shades of the dead in the netherworld. 31 is also the number of Kia, whose zootype is the vulture that feeds upon the Aku, the dead, i.e. the spirits. Another value of Yazid is 36, the number of Ijiji, referred to in the Necronomicon as tenanting the forbidden realm in which the votaries of the dragon cult worship the star Draconis, together with the stars of the dog and the sea goat. Sirius and Set, or Sirius Set in Capricorn Cthulhu. According to the Necronomicon, the cults of Set, Typhon, and Cthulhu are cults of the dead, for they are worshippers of the Ancient Ones, and forever try to let them in, for they have a formula of which it is unlawful to speak. So again, it's like the Tower of Babel, and then also that what Alice Bailey's trying to communicate with the dead, apparently. Furthermore, the race of Draconis was ever powerful in ancient times, when the first temples were built in Magan, 93. And they drew down much strength from the stars. The formula comports a use of the lunar current, as is made clear by the injunction, remember to keep the moon pure. And in another place, I have seen them turn the moon's rays into liquid, to which they poured upon their stones for a purpose I could not divine. Yazid was considered to be one of the 7 gods, i.e. one of the members of the Great Bear, Typhon, mother of Draconis. He is reported as declaring, I was, am now, and shall have no end, which compares with an almost identical utterance made by the Old Ones recorded in the Necronomicon by the mad Arab Al-Hazred. Anfar, which is 1 less than 333, is alternatively rendered as Angar, which, as 255, equates it with Iram, the city of the Pillars, the cult center of the great Cthulhu amid the pathless deserts of Arabia. The bird appears again as the vehicle of the white pearl who created out of his most precious essence. Out of this pearl, the stone peculiar to the deep ones, came the great old one accompanied by 7 angels, of which Taos, Melech, was chief of all. The white pearl exploded. From its scattered shards were created the stars. From this essence of Adam proceeded the complex known as Azazel, or Melech Taos, whose reflex on earth is the cult of Yazid. Azazel, 56, is new. New Azaz is also new Isis. And so also I realized that 58 is also Hadith, 29, plus new, or the number of new, 11, and the number of Isis, 18. So that's 2 29s, basically. Or Liber 29 reflected. It is equivalent to Azazel, which is 77 plus 77 plus 31, or 185, 37 times 5. The number 37 implies the manifestation to man of truth, Mayat. The number 5 is the number par excellence, not only of woman, but also of the Ancient Ones. See Lovecraft at the Mountains of Madness. 185 therefore signifies the manifestation of Nuit, or the void, in her Mayachian phase. In yet another myth, God sends to Adam a bird, which pecked at his anus and made an outlet. This contains a play upon the name Adam, which, as DM or Dum, denotes menstrual blood, and the left hand, or lunar path, symbolized by the anus or backward way. It hints at the magical formula of the 11th degree familiar to initiates of the OTO. Yazid is referred to as our God, the barbarian, the alien, the outer one. Note also Yazid 31, AL, 31 is also reflected in 13, the night side or lunar current. who gives a sealed decision to the God to come down. According to the same tradition, Christ is said to have come down to earth after making a sign. The sign is the sealed decision. Adam was unsealed by the bird that picked at his anus. The Christ is the anointed one, symbolized by the phallus which impregnates earth with its light. Literally red earth, i.e. DM, the solar phallic current of creation. The symbolism appears in AL as I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross. The cross being not only the phallus, but also the place of crossing over the abyss, i.e. doth on the tree cross of life and death. The Yazidi worship 7 great gods, of which the chief is Luciferos, which identifies Lucifer as the chief of all, the fallen angels. According to Massey, see Massey, The Natural Genesis, as Massey has shown, the 7 great gods are the 7 sons of the mother, the great bearer. These were the 7 primal timekeepers in heaven, assumed to the 7 stars of Ursa Major, the great bear. They were known as Melek Taus, who is portrayed by his worshippers in the form of a cock, or a rooster. The Arabs adored a god known as Nasir, who appeared under the form of an eagle, or Nasher. In Egypt, the Ne, or Na, was the black eagle or vulture emblematic of the black god Set, adored by the abhorred Nasi. Nasser Ra is 5'11", and the number of the double planet Kiathmil, that revolved around Arcturus. It is also a number of the layer of the deep ones, and of Risha, the head. 511 is 418 plus 93, signifying the accomplishment of the great work by means of the Ophidian current, which is also the number of Luciferos, thus equating the eagle and the peacock in the single concept, Lucifer. In the Yazid myth, Luciferos held in his great hand a great white pearl with which he played and eventually tossed into the sea. The world was created by this act. The world was born of the pearl. Cf. the 8th degree OTO. An analogous Egyptian rite is recorded in the papyrus of Nessi Amsu, and see the Magical Revival, page 28. The sacred image of the peacock angel was referred to by the Yazidi as Sancak, a Turkish word denoting banner. Its number, 132, equates it with the Babylonian Mumu, the goddess of chaos. It is also the number of Bion, a term coined by Wilhelm Reich, who noted blue patches between the stars that twinkle and emanate light. Cf. Crowley's Star Sponge Vision. See Confessions. That's funny because I was thinking about that just earlier when I mentioned orgone, the basic unit of living matter. 132, also 93 plus 39, i.e. 93 current, borne along by the affirmation of the aspiring soul. 2 elements in the above equation comport the notion of the primal curse. 132 is the number of Lakab, ad maledicendum, and 39, LT, he cursed. Both have lunar implicits which indicate the formula of the 11th degree. According to more than one tradition, the great god created the Yazidi as a powerful people of Azazel. Zazil equals 55, Azazel 56. 55 is the number of Kayla, the 55 is the number of Kayla, the bride. KL signifies all, i.e. Pan, God. The addition of the feminine letter Ha, He, reveals Kala or Kayla as Kali, goddess of the Kalas. 55 is also the number of the Nagas, which are described as human serpents, especially associated with the worship of dragons, i.e. the Ophidian current. The Nagas incarnated as the semi-fungoid, semi-crustaceous entities known in Tibetan lore as the Migo. They were inimical to the Great Old Ones and differed from them in material constitution, coming as they did from remoter gulfs in cosmic space. According to Mohammedan tradition, Azazel was the original name of the devil, and the Amerindian traditions refer to a people of the bat, their great god Zots, as the Zotzil. As Romer noted, the bat was a primal symbol of the unclean rites of voodoo. The symbolism has been explored in cults of the shadow in connection with the formula of Viparita Maithuna, or upside-down sexual congress. The peacock, the eagle, the vulture, the bat are key zootypes in the various recensions of the Typhonian gnosis. Another value of the name Melek Taus is 100 plus 707, or 807, alternative values being 176, 416, and 567. Considered in combination with 55 or 56, these numbers constitute a comprehensive survey of the Ophidian mysteries. 807 combines Doth 474 and Choronzon 333. It is also a number of Anwin, Hades or Tartarus, and furthermore, Doth is the desert of the abyss, the Mauve zone, and Shugal 333 is the desert fox or jackal that is its zootype. And Shugal 333 is the desert fox or jackal that is its zootype, the hound of hell. 176 is a number of jasmine, also blood, the perfume associated with death. And 416 enumerates the Eskimo elder devil Tornasuk, who is said to bear a striking resemblance to certain hideous bas-reliefs depicting the Great Old Ones. See the horror in the museum. H.P. Lovecraft included 416 among his special numbers. He gives no reason, but it is probable that the number was connected in his mind with the outer ones. It is interesting to note that 416 is 2 less than 418, the number of Aiwass and of the Great Work. 2 is the number of the magician, but Lovecraft does not accept this role. Other special numbers mentioned by him are 156 and 3331, or 3331, all of which numbers, i.e. 156, 33, 333, and 31, happen to be key numbers in the Therionic Gnosis. The number 567 denotes the black crow, Morvron, identical with black wings, the evil spirit Adu of Celtic mythology, Had or Hadit, etc. The origin of the Yazidi has also been attributed to a magical formula which recalls that of Austin Spare's earthenware virgin, as shown above in connection with the vessels used by Adam and Eve. In yet another tradition, the god Yazid is identified with Melek Taus, half angel, half man, an extraterrestrial combined with an Uri. The Yazidi being born of the offspring of a transmogrified witch. Spare frequently delineated similar satyr-like entities. Their spawn were known as Shaitan Parashts, devil or Satan worshippers. The obloquy attached to the Yazidi as devil worshippers arose from the notion of congress between human and non-human entities. The angel being is the issue of a hideous marriage. In a story pregnant with similar magical implicits, Machen describes an ancient stone memorial erected to the great god Nodens, the god of the great deep or abyss, on account of the marriage which he saw beneath the shade, and the great god Pan. Amongst the Parsis, the name Yazid Furfur designated the attendant of the evil spirit, and the Grimoire of Goetic Magic, translated by MacGregor Mathers, contains a spirit named Furfur, who will take upon himself the form of an angel. Being bidden, he speaketh with a hoarse voice. Also, he will unwittingly urge love between man and woman. He can raise lightnings and thunders. Spirit number 34. Yazidi myths suggest a variety of origins for the sect, from Yazid ben Muawiyah, from a northern colony, from the magical practices of Adam and Eve, and so on. A stellar colony probably located in Ursa Major. The name Muawiyah evokes obliquely the Mu Aiwass current familiar to adepts of the Mayashan Gnosis. According to Arab sources, the Yazidi were Sabaeans, followers of Sabi, the son of Seth and the grandson of Adam. Sabi equals 313, which is the number of a formula connected with the inner city at the magnetic poles of the Earth. See the Dunwich Horror, Lovecraft. It makes me think of point 103 or 103. It is also the number of Shaddad or Hadad, who built the city of pillars, Iram, a cult center of Cthulhu now buried beneath the desert of Arabia Petrae. Sabi also equals 103, the number of the crowned babe, Mabin, who is connected in the later mysteries with the Masonic word of the Templars, Mabin or Mabin, Mahabane, or Mabin or Mahabon or Mahabane, 93. And so, 103 comes up in Arctos as some base, basically, in Antarctica. Sabi is a generic name indicating, and also there's these like things Kenneth Grant refers to, Monisolas, in the Ninth Arch as well. I think it's verse 251. I don't remember exactly. Or maybe 262 actually. So Sabi is a generic name indicating both the Zaba or stellar current in the Seb or Earth complex, hinting yet again at the commingling of alien and terrestrial seed. The son of Set typifies the star seed, and Adam is the Earth. Thus, star and blood, fire and water. The Sabaeans continued the primordial stellar gnosis. They were said to worship the stars secretly, i.e. in an occult sense, involving the starfire or kalas which they shed, because at that era the solar cult had superseded the more ancient worship of the stars which was then abhorred. The Qibla of the Sabaeans was oriented towards the south, from whence the wind blows. Again, an indication of the torrid Kamsin in the cult of Set, and incidentally emphasizing the northern background of the Sabaeans in the realm of the bear. They were worshippers of the angels, worshippers of the stars. They were those who departed from Judaism and Christianity and worshipped angels, i.e. extraterrestrials. They were, in fact, the forerunners of the contemporary sects, dedicated to the return of the Outer Ones. The original sect followed Seth, and their cult activities included the worship of birds, a belief in sacred wells and fountains, holy trees, and sacred stones. The Yazidi kissed the stones and made vows to them. Cf. the injunction not to entreat of the stones. See Chapter 3. They suffered obloquy for violating the laws of morality during their festivals. Immoralities practiced also in the mosques at Mecca. According to Hergronge, the practice in question may be a survival of the institution of Kadishes, a probably distorted or variant form of the 11th degree formula, which had its parallel in the agape of the Gnostics. See the Gnostics, Lecarrier, Chapter 8. The Yazidi adored a deity of the first degree, God, and a deity of the second degree comprising three persons, Melek Taus, Adi, and Yazid, or in Kabbalistic terms, 807 plus 15 plus 31, 853. 853 is a number of Tiamat. It's also a number that comes up in Rosicrucian numerology, and it's also the reverse of Messiah and Nakash. Number of Tiamat or Tiamat, she of whom it is written in the Necronomicon that when Cthulhu joins with the abominations of the sky suggest the fresh fever from the skies, which another prophet shall bring at the fall of the great equinox. Here is a possible reference to UFOs. See AL chapter 3, verse 34. And so again, the fever makes me think of coronavirus and deep bat diseases from the cave, and just that genesis from deep within and the without. These things can come to haunt us, and it's also a good way to learn about virology. So Tiamat will once more rule the earth. Her other number, 71, is the number of Lamb and of the Kami, a name bestowed in ancient Japan upon the old ones whom the Egyptians named the Sami. So also Shinto is what the Kami spirits are from. Shinto is 444. The Knights Templar, the Templars is also 444, which is that cross, the elemental cross. It is also the number of anatta, the supreme formula of self-denial that rests at the heart of Buddhism. So again, 444 is actually the historical Buddha, as well as the Enso, the circle. So you got the circle and the cross, but then also compassion, so many other things. The Mahamudra Mandala, which again is that sort of totality of that seemingly flat field. Alternative enumerations are 222 and 462. 222 enumerates the word fever, which in the present context suggests the form from, or the verse from AL previously mentioned. Another prophet shall arise and bring fresh fever from the skies. Another woman shall awake the lust and worship of the snake. Another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical lord. The number of this verse, 34, the number of the spirit, Furfur, is the number of Aditi, which is defined by Blavatsky in The Secret Doctrine as the mother space coeval with darkness. So again, Aditi being 34, the Aditi, or Tau He He, plus Aleph, Daleth, Yod, Teth, Yod, is 444 as well. So again, the elements, or the elementals. The abominations of the sky seems to fly closer. So also the hierarchy. The abominations of the sky seems to fly closer, especially when it is realized that 222 is also a number of Sagathwa, described in the Necronomicon as a frog-like abnormality, which, together with... Zerpdo, the frog, is also 444, according to Kenneth Grant, which he mentions it so many times. Together with Yog-Sothoth, who shall bring his globes, and other old ones shall take possession of earth and all things that live upon it. The Lurker at the Threshold, Chapter 2. The second number, 462, is that of Satah, the serpent, which, like Sagathwa, dwelleth in the uttermost parts of the earth. And I believe it's the Book of the Dead, yeah. Satah typifies the Ophidian current in its most material form, an interterrestrial analog of Cthulhu. It is the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory. AL chapter 2, verse 22. And it is to be worshipped with strange drugs, of which Azrar, 462, is one. A talisman of extraordinary power mentioned by Machen in the Hills of Dreams, page 244, and in The Secret Glory, 217. The Yazidi have a tradition that on New Year's Day God sits upon his throne, calls the gods unto him, and delivers power into the hands of the god, who is to descend to earth, i.e. the Yazid. The Yazidi also have a transcendental conception of deity. In the Kurdish tongue, God is called Kuda, cf. the Egyptian Kut, Kuti, Lord of Lights, or Gouda, an obvious form of the word God. He manifests in three forms, as an old one, Sheikh Adi, as a bird, Melek Tauz, and as a child, Yazid, Rahor Kuit. Melek Tauz appears in AL as the kingly man or angel Iwas. Much of the paranomasia to be found in AL entail not only phonetic similarities, but also isopsessifisms. Tauz, Iwas, is a case of the former. Crowley's insistence on the fact that his work continues the Sumerian tradition see magical and philosophical commentaries on the Book of the Law, and is identifying himself as an avatar of Yazid, point, as I have suggested in the introduction to the AL comments, to Liber AL being the book from eternity, referred to in the Yazid Black Book. The book from eternity is the book from the stars, a literary device connoting the current from outside. Another Yazidi legend represents their chief angel as Azazel, also in the form of a peacock. The author of Devil Worship explains the choice of bird being due to the banishment or fall to earth of Adam and Eve, who had eaten the forbidden wheat in Eden, i.e. semen. Manna, I guess. Eve was cast upon Arafat, and Adam was banished to Ceylon, which is preeminently the land of the peacock. The truth, as we know, is far simpler. The peacock became the totem of the cult because of the symbolism of the tail and the eye. The tail typified the Kepsh, the haunch constellation, Ursa Major, and the eye was the eye in the triangle, the meatus of the phallus, which is why the cock was typical of Yazid. The T, the C Magical Revival, Grant Chapter 4, the Tau is the phallus, the cross of Set, or so I guess also maybe Teth. And the Melech Tau is the angel Iwas. Melech Taus is described to be one of the 7 gods who rules the world for a period of 10,000 years, which is more likely to be a measure of the length of the eons implicit in AL than the periods assigned to them by Crowley. The doorways of Yazidic temples were adorned with figures of a lion and a snake, an axe, and a man in a comb. According to all authorities to date, the magical significance attached by the Yazidi to these emblems remains unknown. It is quite possible, however, to read their meaning in light of the Typhonian Gnosis. The lion and snake form the lion serpent, Teth, emblematic of the Ophidian current. The axe is the sign of Neter, the neuter one or child god who cleaves open his mother. The symbolism of the man is considered below. The comb denotes the virile force that tires the hair, which symbolizes the fecundity of the goddess. At the altar of Adi, 360 lamps were ignited every evening. 360 denotes the full circle, cycle, or perfect eon. It is also the number of Hashemi, or the Messiah, and of Shin, a later form of the Atlantean Zin, a name of Typhon and of the moon. Of the name Sin, George St. Clair in Creation Records, page 387, tells us that it comports a certain forcible and unimpeded check, opposition, a turning upside down, which immediately suggests AL chapter 1 verse 41, the word of sin, in the formula of Kureza, in conjunction with that of Viparita Maithuna, all of which concepts point to the secret gnosis of the cult. 360 added to 15 Adi yields 375, which denotes Sekhem, the place in which magical operations are performed upon the spirits of the dead. Sekhem also denotes the power of resurrection, of rising in a subtle body of light, which has been typified by the erectile power of the phallus. 375 is the number of a city of Edom associated with the kings of the Qliphoth, and of Oshe, meaning all forms of beginning, particularly in relation to Sho, also 375, a measure of time. So 375, I remember, comes up in relation to Buddhism and samsara, sansar, and just in general the wheel, because really also Ayin, 75, the circle with the pentagram essentially, and then Shin, the fire. It's essentially the flaming star. The Egyptian Shah was the clepsydra, thus strengthening the links of this number with the lunar current. The ceremonies performed before the altar were accompanied by flutes and pipes, wind instruments associated with rites evocative of the outer ones, space and air, which is significant because another equivalent of the number 360 is the Greek term proboli, meaning spatial projection. The Yazidi commemorated the Sheikh Adi on the 15th through 20th of April, a 5-day celebration of the goddess 15 initiated at the full moon. The 5 days represented the lunar eclipse, or days hidden from the sun, i.e. the solar circle of 365 days. So literally, that was just a month ago? Dang. The 5 days representing the solar or lunar eclipse of days hidden from the sun, hence the 360 lamps of the shrine of Adi 15. On entering the shrine, the votaries kiss the serpent depicted on the wall to the right of the temple door. The tomb of the sheikh is concealed by a cover of green, typifying renewal or resurrection from the earth. A point of interest concerns the Yazidi Kabbalah. As with the Kurds, the Yazidi sometimes changed the Arabic alif to ain, and in some localities the ain is pronounced alif, just as the kaf is changed to alif. G.P. Badgett, quoted from by Joseph, Devil Worship 168. It is noted by Badger that these usages are not confined to the Kurds, but such changes being made also by Arabic and Syriac-speaking peoples. Let us therefore consider the magical implications of identifying Aleph with Ain and with Kaf. Aleph is the letter attributed to air or space, and Ain is both void and Ain, an eye. The eyes and the tail of the peacock, or the meatus and the phallus of the Yazidi, are equally connoted and are resumed in the glyph of the eye and the triangle, which forms part of the emblem of the OTO. Kaf signifies both the palm of the hand and the Kaf ape, which typified among other things the open eye or the exposed meatus of the circumcised penis in a state of erection, thus denoting the ever-wakeful one. It is said that circumcision, the Eucharist, and baptism are the 3 religious rites administered by followers of Yazid. Ain, the eye, and Kaf, the palm, together equal 90, the number of Zadi, or X, the letter attributed to the deep ones. The addition of Aleph yields 91, the number of man, other than which there is no God. There is no God but man, Liber Oz. The eye and the hand are magical instruments used by man in the reification of desire in the service of his will. Cf. The Magical System of Zos, the Book of Pleasure, by Austin Spare. Also, the Necronomicon declares the power of man is the power of the Ancient Ones, and this is the covenant. 91 is the number of Api, Rafi, the Typhonian goddess who giveth protection. She manifests in the form of a hippopotamus, a primal totem of the deep ones, and she illumines the ocean of space with her 7 stars. Man in reflex becomes Nam, which in the Chaldean tongue means speech, oracle, utterance, prophecy. It is the primal word, thus saith the Lord, and it derives from the Egyptian Num, with precisely the same meanings. Nam, or Khnum, our word, name, number, Nam, is the Egyptian name of the god of the abyss. It is significant that the name of the pre-human language, Na'akal, also has the value of 91. Another equivalent is Akko, the moon god, worshipped in some places under the name of Sin. But above all, 91 is the number of Amen, the hidden god of Amenta, and of Malka, the daughter, virgin, or bride. So Malik, the king, and then also Malka. In the phraseology of occultism, the unawakened or entranced priestess. The doors of Yazidic temples are adorned with wild scarlet anemones and red lilies, emphasizing the lunar component of the rites celebrated within. The lily or lotus, together with the rose, is typical of the circle of the goddess, the circle of 360 kalas, and the hidden 5. 360 is the number of Shani, scarlet, a color symbolic of the red earth or reification associated with woman. The Ophidian current is implied in the symbolism, and it is again underlined in the variant form of Yazid, Azid, the number of which, 22, is the number of the scales of the serpent of the Tlafat. The Yazidi interred their dead with face turned toward the North Star, confirming the predominance in the cult of the worship of the outer ones and the deep ones, and the cult's essentially stellar provenance. 5 principal geographic zones are associated with the Yazidi, the most prominent of which is Sehan, or Persian, the plural of Shay or Sheikh, or as we would say, the old ones, hence the Shay Adi. In Sanskrit lore, Adi denotes ancient, original, root, hence Adi Guru, Adi Amata, etc. Sehan, place of the old ones, lies northeast of Mosul. Sehan is the Palestine of the cult, and its Mecca, Lalish, contains the shrine of Adi. Cf. Sion, or Zion. So the Shion. Lalish is 371, a number of high significance, and so Buddhism, preeminently, Buddhism and Hinduism actually also, preeminently, Shaitan is 371, and Nuit 75 plus Isis 140 plus Babylon 156. And there's a chapter, can't remember the full title, but in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, that goes into these Nuit, Isis, and Babylon is very deeply. I just can't remember the chapter. It also indicates the left-hand path being the number of Samael, note the reflex of Lamb, Sinistrum. 371, well, let's see what it says. See outside the circles of, Christopher Johnson notes the significant fact that sinister without vowels is one less than 371, the number of Shaitan. 371 plus 418, i.e. Shaitan in the Great Work, or the Great Work of Shaitan, equals 789, which is the value of Ipsos and Eulalia. See outside the circles of time. 371 also connotes La Chatale, see Magic Crowley, page 415, and Sefer El, or the Book of the Law. Also charged with high significance is the name of another of the 5 cult zones, that of Weren Sar, or Goren Sar, meaning the sunken city, which recalls the sunken city of Rilia, where great Cthulhu waits dreaming. Note also that 371 is 300 fire, or Shin, Sirius, and 71 Lamb. We are now in a position to appreciate Crowley's claim to have continued in and through Thelema the major tenets of the Yazidic cult. It was mentioned in footnote 53 that the Tau cross of Shaitan appears as Tao in the Thelemic precept in AL. See AL chapter 1 verse 40, where it is written, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." The text of which Crowley may have accepted as the book that is already written in heaven and awaited by the Yazidi. The metaphysics of the Tao rest on the inner meaning of this precept, for there is in consciousness of man but a single will, the true will, but it has an apparent and distorted reflection which is mistaken for it by the unenlightened. There are not 2 wills, a lower and higher, forever in conflict and requiring reconciliation, but a shadowy reflection that has to be recognized for what it is. This recognition is also its dissolution. The terms will, desire, ego are interchangeable. The true will, on the other hand, being non-phenomenal, remains independent of the individual, who is composed entirely of illusory elements. In other words, the true will is outside the range of the ego's apparent sphere of activity. The distinctions suggest the relationship that exists between the false self and the true self, Jiva and Atman. Although the analogy is not quite precise, it were better to compare it with the relationship between Shiva and Shakti as symbols of the true will and of the apparent will, or again, father, mother, which creates the, perpetually recreates itself, father, mother, son, daughter. Shakti denotes the element of movement which characterizes the seeming activity of the pseudo or phenomenal will. There is thus no real division in the will. The one is true, the other non-existent, except in a phenomenal sense. and being a part of phenomena, it cannot in any way affect it, control it, or direct it. When it is realized that the true will alone exists and that we are it, its counterpart will be understood as the phantom it is, and we shall cease to identify with it. As with a facial reflection in a mirror, one face only is involved, so with the reflection of the true will in the mirror of the phenomenal or apparent universe. But although the image is illusory, it is the reflection of something that exists. So again, the mirror working comes to mind. The reflection is not an entity. Its reality exists only in the face that projects it. Shiva and Shakti may be considered in a similar manner. The only way of discovering the true will of the reflection is by tracing it to its source, the owner of the face. This cannot be achieved from the vantage point of the mirror or the image reflected in it. It may be achieved only by the consciousness of the true identity of the being reflected. The method of enquiry known as Atmavichara, or enquiry into the self, is therefore the only method that reveals the real nature of the self and of the true will, Thelema. The formula of Atmavichara is explained in AL, chapter 1, verse 26. The relevant verse gave Crowley quite a headache because when he heard Aiwass dictate it, it was so incomprehensible to him that his mind refused to accept it. Aiwass therefore directed him to alter it, and the alterations comported implications, some of which have already been examined, in connection with certain comments made by Frater Akkad. See Cults of the Shadow, chapter 8. The number of the verse in question, i.e. 26, is the sum of the letters of the lost or unutterable name, Yod-He-Vav-He, and the summation of the letters, or I guess I should have been silent, and the summation of the numbers of the Sephiroth which form the trunk of the tree of life. It is also the number of the true name of Satan, which is also said to be Yod-He-Vav-He reversed, and which is a manner of expressing the process of reversion which opens the gate to the back of the tree. Because Yod-He-Vav-He essentially creates, again, this hypercube, or the fourth dimensional cube. But the word is lost only to the phenomenal universe, for it is not itself phenomenal. It is the negative or noumenal source of the world of appearances. 26, or Yod-He-Vav-He, is the number of Avagadu, black wings, the evil spirit associated with Yugoth. Cf. the wings of the black eagle or vulture, typical of the old ones. 26 by the tarot is the path denoted by the letter An, an eye, and also so therefore the devil. And the winged eye is emblematic of Isis. It is also ascribed to the goat, a zootype of Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, the whisperer in the darkness. In the Tarotic system, she bears the title Lord of the Gates of Matter. Matter and antimatter eternally alternate in the gnosis of Nuit. The I and the I are resumed in the symbolism of the watcher or witness, Shakshi or Sakshi. See chapter 9. The number 26 is the number of Chasva, sight or vision. The quest, Who am I, therefore involves the seer and the seen, i.e. vision as such, for Nuit declares, AL chapter 1 verse 26, that the sign shall be the consciousness of the continuity of existence, the omnipresence of my body, i.e. matter. But before, so her identity with Hadith. But before the last 5 words, i.e. the omnipresence of my body, she had declared that she was unfragmentary, non-atomic fact of my universality. This concept, the scribe Crowley was enjoined to put in wider words, the words which appeared in the final version of the verse, as printed in AL. White is the color of Kether, the outermost gate of the known universe, or matter. As in the case of the true will in the false, the self and the ego, there prevails at the present time a tendency to confuse the creative and the reproductive systems, which pertain to planes as distinct as those of prema and kama. Prema is compassion transcending the personal, kama is physical attraction restricted to objects. The Gnostic concepts agape and eros, divine love and lust, are cognate. This false identification bedevils the whole subject of the true will and of the magic which is the means of its expression. The creative power has its terrestrial chakra, or center of emission, in the human cerebellum. When the power descends or is brought down intentionally into the center at the base of the spine, it undergoes sexualization and is thereby transformed into reproductive energy. The mystic endeavors to avoid this process because he is concerned with energizing the center at the crown of the head, the locus of true being, reality, and royalty. The magician, on the other hand, is intent on reproducing in concrete form his magical universe. This process is not identical with, although it is analogous to, that of the reproduction of the human image. Between the spheres of the mystic and the non-initiate exists the entire range of phenomena comprehended by the term magical, for they are essentially illusory. The true will is rooted in the impersonal which transcends the fantasies of magic. Nevertheless, we speak loosely of creative occultism, meaning thereby reproduction, not of the human but of the magical child, which is a mental, as the former is a physical, product. Yet they both exist within the sphere of illusion, and in both cases the creative energy has been activated by love under will. The foregoing notwithstanding, there is a very special magical operation which manifests a child of an altogether different order of existence. This is the child, crowned and conquering, celebrated in AL. It is the magical child par excellence, the image of light, i.e. consciousness, the lux born of Nox. Born not of the union of opposites and complementary polarities, but of the negation of both. The designation crowned indicates the true royalty, the reality that interpenetrates the human life wave only at the highest center or crown. This transcendental chakra at the Kether sphere is the seat of enlightenment in man, the seat to which Isis has given her name. So chapter 10. It makes me think of, again, the Hadith and then 11 plus 18, or new Isis. When the magician exclaims, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," he is exhorting Set, whose sacred sign is the Tau, synonymous with the thigh seat of Isis, to shed its light upon him. Kabbalistically, both Tau and Ate, thou, is 406. Note that 46 is a formula of Mayat and denotes the cry of the vulture. See remarks on this bird in chapter 4. As previously explained, the difference between the true will and its illusory and temporary counterpart is somewhat analogous to that between prema and kama, or pure, i.e. objectless love, and desire, or possessive love. Prema is frequently rendered as divine love, kama as lust, or sexual love. Prema is desireless in the sense that it has no desire to possess, for there are, for prema, no objects. Kama desires possession, and this desire is based upon an erroneous belief in the reality of objects, and of a subject who desires them. Prema is the basis of mysticism, kama of magic. As one desires to possess that which one imagines one lacks, the magician, by use of his kama, admits inadequacy. More correctly, kama's use of him. The mystic knows no defect, for he is one with the total current, the true or cosmic will. Thus it is that magic is but a stage upon the way to mysticism. Love, as kama, is love limited to objects. It is therefore imperfect, demands satisfaction, lives to take. Prema is love without a limit, seeing nothing to take, giving eternally, as the sun shines regardless of any objects. But the willed direction of love, as implied by the maxim, love is the law, love under will, also implies imperfection, for love is made subservient to will. A state of duality is evoked. Prema is not so divided. Only if the will is the will of Set, do what thou wilt, is the resulting child crowned and conquering. Yet again, the notion of conquering by a positive and therefore a magical concept is such only from the magician's viewpoint, or from the viewpoint from the one abiding in duality. The lesser magic is therefore of karma, acquisitive, inadequate. The greater magic is that of love under will, when that will has no object, for the ipsissimus is said to have no will in any direction, and that is a description of the fully enlightened mystic. This will alone is the true will, for it is not exercised by a person. The magical or true will is strictly personal, a universal manifestation of thou or Tao, i.e. Set. Frédéric Chaude expressed interesting insights into this equation, thou and Tao. See the official and unofficial correspondences concerning the Aeon of Maat, currently unpublished. Soon to be hopefully published. So basically, what was I going to get to about all this? Well, the ancient secret of this whole Holy Grail, essentially, going back to John Dee, not really, I don't know, I don't think I pulled it up, but basically the whole history of cinema and lasers, oh yeah, this, it all goes back to, again, like camera obscura, again, the theatrum, the theater, and I don't know, I mean, I could go way into this, and I guess I pretty much have. Tracy Twyman talked a lot about this concept, again, of the VR and these hidden hyperspace kingdoms, or electromagnetic sort of blinds or veils or curtains or real estate. I say curtains or real estate. Well, it's like a little bit of both. They could essentially, with the alteration of pretty much this whole digital environment, block things out essentially from view, so to speak. And in history and just entire, subjects, it's becoming a potential. This whole black iron prison concept, the Matrix. It's like, I know it's cliche, but I just see them talking about it here. And so it's like essentially that's what they're talking about. This Zion. It's just funny, the 666 Zion, and anacalypsis, and just this whole talk on this, and then also the ironically 58, which goes more into the actual heart of this whole subject. I'm not sure if I finished reading this whole thing. The one is tether, and it returned to its own power zone because the vibration of this kala is illusory and cannot transmit truth. Its vibration duplicates that of the previous kala, thus creating a mere simulacrum of the creative spirit. The black brother is double-tongued as the serpent, which is significant, for the magical power ascribed to the adverse aspect of which this path is the tunnel is the gift of tongues, the gift of healing and a knowledge of the sciences. So that's Buddha's essentially original teaching, if you see the cult of the Dharani, or the Dharani cult in Buddhism. The healing here, however, is the healing of the ego, which merely aggravates with illusion the disease of false identity, creating thereby a chain of endless suffering. Likewise, the sciences of which knowledge is given are the sciences of darkness. Yet it must not be supposed that these are necessarily evil. It is merely that in the hands of a black brother they necessarily tend to sterility because directed toward the fulfillment of holy personal ambitions. The dark sciences of this path contain the secrets of the kalas of the void, and of that Kalinian current which obtains in the Widdershan's world of anti-light. The witches and wizards of this tunnel speak with voices that are reflected into the aura of the adept by the mechanism of unnatural acoustics associated with the mysterious ventriloquism of Bath Cole, the voice of the oracle. The Bath or Beth is the house or womb of the supreme Kala and the source of that ventriloquism that was primal in the myths of man. For the word was endowed with flesh and issued from the belly of the mother. So again, this goes with the whole concept of essentially Thoth. So really, the Twilight language, really as well, the Sandhya Bhasya, or the baboon language of the baboons as well, because essentially 222 comes to mind because really it's Kara, which is form, or Dravya, substance, but it's also the light and shadow, and what else? It's the body's light and the being of light, or the light of being, which it's also a form of the heart as Hridaya, or as well as cardiac. And so this whole concept of what that represents is again the simulacra of the white light, the 111. And more I'm seeing how time and light in the wheel, so to speak, Buddha's Tathagata Garbha, 333 and all that, what that represents. Like, it's this whole thing literally is a web, but it's a web of shells and light, so to speak. And that's where Hinduism comes in with Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, which is kind of complicated, but Vishnu is said to be related to light as well. And then Shiva is fire, but also dissolution and darkness, and his abode is really said to be like, I don't know, it's before I get into that, but basically there's something to do with the states of time, or the time stations, which again 333, and what that, I don't know, it's basically these veils overlaying one another. And so the Nataraja, the CERN Nataraja happens to be 555, and so that's again the central field of the Cabal of Nine Chambers. And it's just fucking crazy. It's so much that it's like, okay. But Vishnu rides again the Seshanaga, or the Narayana, and it's just weird how it all, these teachings overlap with the Kabbalah, even though they're separate in time and geography. And then also, again, quantum mechanics. And so this whole thing about the sciences, but also goes back to these ancient teachings. And I think I did read some of this, though. He then becomes the Magus of Power, the title of the tarot trump equated with the obverse path, in a true and totally different sense to that which this power has been understood in any previous eon, for that power, or Shakti, is primal, and does not exist apart from the shadow, the solidification of which is the entified Magus, whose word is but a falsehood and glamour. This particular Kala shows clearly how the face of the tree is, and only can be, a facade. This is so because a reified and therefore dualistic interpretation of the hidden currents of energy that pulse through the tunnels on either side of the tree transmit energies of non-being. So again, the hollow channel, which there's apparently like at least two or three, possibly, obviously with the central channel. It is in this sense that the one ran and returned. To where did it return? The manifested word returned to the silence of non-manifestation. And so again, this whole thing makes me think of how 793 is Ha Atz Chaim, or the tree of life, literally with the, because in most texts they consider it as 788, but with the Ha, it's 793. And 793 is also, again, Yogin, but also the field of 9 times 9 times 9 added to 8 times 8. And it's also basically Adi Parashakti, and I found another formula. The mandala of the flower of the Avatamsaka, so the Avatamsaka Sutra, which talks about this cosmic ocean of essentially like flowers or Buddha fields or Buddha lands, and Buddha land is 107, which connects with, again, the underlying field. Then the ocean of pure energy, so Adiparashakti. But then Huan Buddhist, so Huan is the flower, and so it goes with pretty much the whole concept of the Avatamsaka. And then obviously the Mahayana Prajnaparamita, but then also the Perfect Wisdom Sutra, and Perfect Wisdom is Prajnaparamita. So all those things, which again, the transplutonic new Isis, and then 666 plus mandala, or the 666 mandala, all represent this sort of cosmic, essentially Adiparashakti, or the primordial supreme energy. And then 793 is 206 less than 999, where 206 is Dabar, or the word again. So, but it's like the manifested or the cosmic word, the unspeakable word, essentially. And, but also Ha Chakma Nestora is 788, so 793, and then Dabar. So it's all pretty much like that. In 999 again is so many different things, which as we progress will further come up. But on page 145 of Nightside, so again 145 is lens, and then plus Tau He He, the lens is 555, which is relevant because it's also the laser. But Grant also mentions that the 11th power zone, Doth, is attributed to Uranus and is the abode of the Black Brothers, when viewed from the sphere of Malkuth, or Earth. The Black Brothers are represented phenomenally by those who view the universe as an objective reality. The scientists are their prototypes. While the literalist scientism types are, as well as the, and types is 555, as well as the literalist fundamentalism types will take this to mean either that this must all be false without attempting to understand it, of course, or that electricity itself must be evil and satanic. Really, it's all just a metaphor for cosmic energy grounding itself out into the formations that give rise to life and consciousness itself. And so again, the charnel grounds, or the cremation ground is 333. So the whole concept, again, to ground, but also Shiva being related to the burial ground, the cremation ground, whatever. It's 333. And so again, there's so many, in Nidro, as in like necromancy, but Nidro is 333, as well as Necro, having to do with the dead, and then so many other things. But and our language just so happens to follow a line of logical reasoning higher than that of our own personal datum of reference. In being unable to be elastic-minded enough to understand these concepts without being so loose-brained enough to take them literally, we can begin to see the energetic nature of these formulae and better understand their manifestation into, or compositioning of, our realm of actuality. So an actuation, I believe, is 555, which means to bring into actuality. But just as the various churches claiming to be of God have attempted, and more often than not succeeded, in denying individual free reign over, let alone a basic familiarity with, their true will, and become the very satanic accusers, and Satan is said to mean accuser as well as adversary or opposer, they claim to be fighting against. And obviously in so many more ways than just not letting you fucking be yourself or whatever, but obviously, but there's a lot of good and bad. It's all weird how the machinations of fucking humanity and karma, I guess you could say, if you want to call it that. But really, I mean, when I say karma, just obviously the fact that everyone, no matter what, has always had, oppression, I guess you could say, or sorrows, or problems, or, avoidable shit. I mean, I say avoidable, but it's like unavoidable, but could have been preventable. And so this is a major point in the line of conjecture put forth back in 1858 by Alexander Hislop in his book The Two Babylons, which has been subsequently demonized for its calling into question the Catholic Church and its origins in the pagan tradition. This interesting book helped me to further decode the mystery of Babylon in 666. For the mystery woman Babylon, on whose forehead is inscribed the I don't know why I doubled that, but the forehead mystery digit and the mysterion symbol. So again, 666. See Revelation 17:5. The original word for mystery is mysterion. Hislop claims that the Scarlet Woman's identity is the ancient Semiramis, which is literally 666. And it could be seen that a value of the name Semiramis is also, which again, it just shows that you could say, oh, you're just making anything equal that, but at the same time, it's like that specific thing with those letters in the context, it's, I don't know, you'd be hard-pressed to literally be able to make anything equal that, but is written on her forehead in the sense that it is contained within her name itself. It seems to be that there's like a sort of linguistic fractal self-referentiality, I guess, having looked through so many different things like this, but at the same time, this whole web of connections and history, and there's way more books than what I knew at the time, even just this book references, but they all it's a lot of them reference each other, and I say them as in Anacalypsis and the computation of 666 and the two Babylons and so many other, the worship of the dead, which I even brought up by this Garnier. They all reference, even you keep having to go further and further back, and yet it just shows that clearly a lot of people knew about this whole thing, but then there's so much that is not known because no one, I don't know, there's I don't know, it's weird, how people admit to it, but then they don't really avail themselves to it. But anyway, she was said to have been impregnated via a solar ray with the child known as Tammuz, for which she is depicted with a solar crown, as in the case of the Statue of Liberty, which is a modern rendition. Furthermore, in Revelation 17:4, it is said she holds a golden cup, a form of the Holy Grail. And the golden cup is also the solar formula. In Revelation 17:9, it is said, the 7 horns of the beast are the 7 mountains or hills of Rome, and a woman of 7 mountains is also 666. This number is therefore the mysterion symbol of not only Babylon and Rome, i.e. the two Babylons, but all truly anti-Christian, i.e. anti-soul, nations and political organizations. And again, because 666 is also the actual magnetic energy center, the Hafren, or the mind, which is essentially the Nuos, which is the Ruach, which is the spirit. Because again, it's like the contents of the vessel, of the cup, you could say. It just sucks because so much of this is actually relevant to what's going on, essentially with the fields and the all of it, the light, the contents. The word Babylon is said to come from an Akkadian root meaning the gate of God, or the gate of the gods, which is an ironic name for a city that was said to be godless. Babylon is the gate of a god equals 666, a number which itself acts as a gate to many different levels of godhead and godhood. The gate of God, or more precisely the gate of the sun god, is the electrical 360, or the electrical circuit. The solar phallic hadit, the primal atom of the Big Bang, 666, or again 111 in the tetrahedral form, or the hexahedral form, so essentially love in 6 directions, or again the holon extended in space-time. 666 is also the value of Esther, or Aster, which means star, and is the root of Ashtaroth, Astarte, or Ishtar, the primary goddess of Babylon. Note that Hislop also talks about the symbolism of Easter and the egg. And so also, there's a more ancient name of Nuit, apparently, named Antum, Antum, which is also 666, and that essentially like equates Nuit with Hadit, Hadit being that the flaming star or the winged disk or the sun. The gate of the sun or star is thus the stargate, and incidentally the stargate machine, which again the looking glass, is also 666, which equates with the Giza pyramids, which have long been said to be just that, with their star-aligned chambers possibly acting as stellar lenses for some usage in the king's chamber. Egypt is said to be the remnants carried over from Atlantis, which, like Babylon, supposedly collapsed from its own corruption and misuse of its knowledge and power. Or if not the misuse, the eventual generation of a the degeneration of a generation, essentially, or a few, who knows, whatever. It is indeed highly likely that the misused power that accounts for the destruction of Atlantis, not as a single continent, but as the idea of a prehistoric past civilization, was electricity itself, something we too are abusing and destroying our environment with. Note that the legend of Atlantis plus electricity equals 666 as well. The Dendera light bulbs also happen to have the electrical value of 666. And so it makes me think of essentially, again, I wrote all this, and I saw 666 as this sort of light bulb going off. But even more now, with the Shiva, Nataraja statue, it says essentially I don't know, he's basically the cosmic fire as well, and the cosmic being, or the cosmic O. So, which again is 666, and goes with the whole electric bridge concept, and just, again, the mind. in a sense, it doesn't necessarily have to be, again, considered negatively or evil. The dance of bliss, again, Ananda Tandava. So, it also says that the dance is done in his heart or something. And the dance of the heart is 777, which again is all about the whole libertinos, or the liberation from the 666. And so, let's see. What I wanted to talk about really more was the fact that with what's been going on, I found out about this book, 2020 Web Vision, How the Internet Will Revolutionize Future Homes, Business, and Society. So yeah, there's this review. It seems pretty good. Hi Sokol, he's actually, I looked him up, I don't know where he's at now, but the book is well thought out, well reasoned, blah blah blah. So it's just funny seeing this, and they didn't even know that 9/11 was about to happen. But looking back at all that, and just this whole thing, Digital Earth 2020, they knew actually in 2012, 2020 would be a sort of important year. So yeah, in 2012, even at the very least, there was an article about pretty much predicting 2020 would be, or at least as bad as 1970, or I don't know, there'd be some sort of civil unrest, which there is, obviously. And then all this stuff about AI manipulating people, and again, Bill Gates, Neurogress, the biometric sort of currencies, all these different things, algorithmic governance. It's, again, algorithmic is 777. This lady, Shoshana Zuboff, she read a book that I still haven't managed to find, but this whole video, it kept coming up. It was referred to or whatever, recommended numerous times. Even though I liked it and watched it, it would just continually pop up. But it's pretty much very relevant. And then again, Rosa Corey and fucking UN 2030, everything she says in that video is pretty important too. But there's so much to all of this, and it's basically time and the mind is fucking there's some weird shit going on, and that's why I'm interested in the UFO thing. Is like, clearly there's something. It's like there's something to it, but and then same with these fucking codes and all that. It just shows that there's essentially a sort of like underlying, or not even just underlying, but a holonic grid essentially, and and it's based on what is crystallized in time, essentially what we call time, and they are sankaras, or tendencies. So it's not even necessarily good. It's just the shells. But this whole Shiva thing is very interesting to me, because it goes to show like so many of these Ganapati Hridaya is basically the heart of Ganapati or Ganesha, and so that's 777, which so are the Ganesha Siddhis, and this whole thing about 777 and really the triple numbers in general, but especially that one, well, 555 is very clear as well because it's the Brahma Rupa. But anyway, this whole 777 thing and fucking all these teachings, like, it's basically, again, that lightning flash where it's all just like illuminated, and the whole removal of obstacles is very relevant, which it's funny because Ganesha is another epithet, is the dweller in the Muladhara, which is 666, but then defeat obstacles, another Dharani or spell. And Ganesha is a son of Shiva, but so again, his relation with the Muladhara, again, it's like that connection between the Muladhara, the within and the without, essentially. It's, again, the flaming sword or Manjusri's sword. But yeah, this whole thing, again, it's like the heart. It's the connection between the heart and the within and the without. And I don't know, it's just very weird. This being the 58th post, Madhava, another form of Vishnu, and Kala, which again goes back to Kala, but it has so many deeper meanings to it as well. The Guru, the heart, also. And, oh yeah, Devalaya, which is basically a temple or a devotional place. The Deva and like Kundalini or Laya yoga. It's basically, it's just funny, 58 again, being that Ha'aben, or it makes me think of a sort of, not just a linga, because also the yoni, the linga, and then also just the temple itself, the area, or which is Brahma. The whole thing is also Vishnu. It's like that totality, I guess. Which again, Nava is 58, and I wondered if Nava and Nara were related, and they actually may be, because they both mean, they have a lot of connections actually, Nava and Nara, and new, and just, I don't know, it's just very weird, and Narayana being one of the more ancient forms of apparently Vishnu. And so, yeah, it's very complicated, but at the same time, it's very simple. Like, it all comes back around. And that's why, I don't know, it's just funny. It's like the same fucking old story, really, repeating, but in different sankaras. And so, let's go back. That's what this whole light bulb made me think about, is just, again, how the light bulb is, in a sense, like fire was an evolutionary accomplishment, and then the light bulb, and then communication, the internet, essentially the computer, and then satellites, and I don't know, it's just electricity, the fire of heaven, electricity, the fire of heaven, and again, the fire thief is 666, but also the sacred fire of heaven, and again, the evolution itself, the origin of species. And then if you look it up, like Vishnu is recognized in, again, the Vishva Rupa as being related to the whole concept of evolution. Because again, evolution, like the concepts themselves have evolved. This still as yet insufficiently understood energy, electricity, is really the basis of all manifestation and the golden thread underlying and unifying all legends, religions, sciences, and technologies. And so that's actually pretty much the premise of the Eighth Tower, the cosmic force behind all religious, occult, and UFO phenomena. And holy shit, like this book is so deep. It needs a PDF, like really bad. He talks about all the different frequencies and just like how that's likely the explanation for so many different things, and especially the mind. And we fundamentally don't really understand it. But that's why this whole thing about, the mind of light, optical networks in the brain, she talks about biophotons. And I was like, I've never heard of that, so let's calculate it. And I was like, BIOPHOTON. And then shin for S, biophotons. And again, it just shows, that holographic fucking fire, that cosmic fire, that is the quantum foam, essentially, as well. And the source code. And that's just so crazy. Just that the Tower of Babel, the sign language, the lost language or the twilight language that speaks basically beyond just words. It speaks to the heart, essentially. And that's what it is. It seems like is the language of the heart. The secret language or the secret science of the soul. The key to its understanding and dynamics are encoded in the gematria of 666. And so, of course, it has been occulted. Oh, yeah, and so the Shiva statue is 666, and then Shiva Abhisheka, and so many different fucking things. Like, it's so obvious. The Natya Shastra, which is what the whole dancing Shiva or Nataraja concept comes from. Okay, so the whole concept of stupas as well and pagodas, but the Buddhist stupa is 666, which is very telling. And then, because that connects also with the Buddhist prayer wheel, which is like a form of Abhisheka in a sense. But then electric stupa. So the electric stupa is essentially like an electric building, which is funny because, again, that's what this whole satellite network is all about. But then Buddhist ruins, so the ancient form of them. So we got the Buddhist stupa, the Buddhist prayer wheel, but then the radiant thusness of the Buddha, which again comes from the Avatamsaka Sutra, which, like I've said so many times, the word radiant itself is also 666. And radiant literally also refers mathematically to the circle around you, or the circle itself, really, or various circles. And like I said in the last post, Buddhism itself in Greek, Buddhismos, is 666. But then I ended up finding the snake Dharani, which again, it goes back to the whole Dharani cult in Buddhism. And so the snake Dharani is 666. And again, that's basically the cure for Seshanagas, or the serpent's coils. Seshanaga's whole, Maya, or the illusion of 666, which is the heart. And so it's just so fucking crazy. Ha'ash Drakan, or the fire dragon in Hebrew, is literally 666. And then Nazar HaKadash, or the Holy Crown. But then also the crown plus nirvana, and then also samsaric wheel. So again, the whole teaching is all in these codes, and it's weird because no one really anticipated that, I guess, even though it's like a perfect form of fucking, documenting, I guess, these teachings in a way that will make it very difficult to erase, I guess, as long as there's any trace of them. But anyway, since consciousness itself arises as an energetic charge from the chemical compositions of biological materials, it too is electrical. Again, so the quantum state, or fifth state of matter, i.e. the neural firings in the brain and the central nervous system. It may also be seen later on down the road that the Nikola Tesla electrical field of Tesla's energy physics is also 666, which, as I have already shown in previous posts, how 666 is essentially the omnific power of the 0 point. Because again, it's all about the rotating fields. In the magnetic, you've got 6, and then the 60, and then the 600. It's all about literally rotating magnetic fields. I haven't found evidence of Nikola Tesla or anyone else on the internet knowing or writing the code of free energy is 666, the fire of heaven, which is within all, manifest and unmanifest, and connected to the wealth of other natural formulae. So again, the whole entire field, really, the Kabbalah of 9 chambers, which again is 666. This free energy is the Ruach HaKadosh, which is a Hebrew transliteration meaning the Holy Spirit, and known as the Helper or the Comforter. Note that the Helper plus Ruach HaKadosh is 666 as well. And there's a lot of like weird little fucking in-betweens, and again, they are like little helpers. There's a lot of fucking like things like that. The angel who is said to bring down the key of the bottomless pit is Abaddon, and we can see that the Hebrew Abaddon, the key of the bottomless pit, is verified in 666, the bottomless pit symbol. And Abaddon as 63 is also Mahadeva, which is another name of Shiva. The bottomless pit or abyss refers to the totality of potentiality residing beyond the gate or veto of Thoth, where the all resides in chaos, separated from the cosmos of the ego. Again, the rings. When this veto is removed and the gate opened, the ego dissolves and the self merges with the all until the ego again finds foundation. The all is an ocean, so that comes up a lot in the Avatamsaka Sutra, of electrical vibrations, and there really is no rest, death, or stillness, since all is in motion. As long as there is motion, there is time, and for time to end, all would have to stop, in which there would cease to be differentiation, and as Crowley says in the Book of Thoth, if the wheels stopped turning, the universe would dissolve. Of all important doctrines concerning equilibrium, this is the easiest to understand, that change is stability, that stability is guaranteed by change, that if anything should stop changing for the fraction of a split second, it would go to pieces. 666 even covers that, as it is the formula of the end of time. The notion of alternate timelines arises when different routes of operation choices are considered. So again, operations is 555, but then veils or wheels, lives, and various other Buddhist fucking things are also is 111, and it's all about that connection between the things, and it's literally like a leverage. And leverages is also 555. But anyway, since each choice or decision affects the subsequent course of events, each timeline exists as parallel reality tunnels, and the free will determining which one is chosen at any given moment is governed by the awareness at that time. The broader and more informed the awareness, the more the will is exercised, as opposed to being blindly subjected to fate. It is the veil of Thoth which separates the corridors of the mind tunnels, and this veil is lifted in ego dissolution and often during dreaming. And so again, this book, An Experiment with Time, it makes me think of a lot of different things. And it's just the fact the guy himself doesn't know anything about Hinduism clearly, but if only he did, it reminds me very much of The Fourth Dimension by C.W. Hinton, even though it's less mathematical and it's more like a dialogue, I guess, but he does present a lot of freaking like points, and it's all about how the mind is essentially multi-dimensional, and it's very difficult. Like, as much as I've even said it's like hard to find any good maps of the mind. Like, there's a book by Charles Hampton Turner, The Maps of the Mind, or Maps of the Mind. And like, the mental map is 666, but a good book actually is The Psychology of Carl Jung by Jolan Jacobi, and he shows also how the mind is like a cone in a sense, but it's so many different other things. But there's a lot of different maps in a sense, but ultimately it's always more than just that map. It's always like, it's metamorphic essentially, pantomorphic, or I don't know. There's so many things. Language itself is a limiting sort of augmentation, or sort of what is it? A crutch. Language is a crutch, but in so many ways, obviously that's what all we have to fucking deal with. But at the same time, also Dharanis, and learning about this whole thing about Dharanis and mantras, and clearly the whole concept of words of power, like, have been hugely important for this whole thing called evolution, progress, whatever. But yeah, this book, An Experiment with Time, I'd recommend it, even though there's so many other, like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, it literally, to me, I see it as an open, it's like it shows your mind as being so many different open windows to different ways of looking at things or thinking of things, and it shows how dynamic the mind really is, which, again, it just helps to learn these concepts in Buddhism and all that, and that's what yoga and various other things can show as well. But at the same time, there's dangers in a sense, or there can be problems you want to outweigh, I guess, before you consider what windows to open, so to speak, or whether or not to open them at all. But anyway, this whole thing, it discusses how there have been cases of people dreaming of future events. Well, mainly the narrator or whatever, begging the question that if all events are happening simultaneously beyond the fractional peephole of the present, then any time may be glimpsed if perception is able to go over the containment threshold. So again, through those sort of rings or sankharas. This is where the subject of schizophrenia arises, which is also lent a chapter in Dark Doorway of the Beast for good reason. Schizophrenia, meaning the cleaving or splitting of the mind, refers to a wide range of symptoms and experiences wherein the afflicted suffers from a lack of full presence of mind in the here and now, as if it were preoccupied with other perceptions not apparent to outside observers. The schizophrenic deals with voices and images which are passing into the mind unvetoed for whatever psychophysiological reason that the subject is unable to distinguish which data is real. This can be triggered, and is, albeit in a more controlled form, with mystical practices which carry out a more contained and directed approach to the separation of the ego mask from the spiritual light body, so to speak. So again, I say spiritual light body, which just sounds fucking like, it sounds dumb, but when I say that, the egoic mask, that's the sort of like what you would say, it's like the things you wear as a sort of like clothes, in a sense. It's things you pick up and identify with. But then the light body is the actual, again, it's like light entering, I think of it as light entering your eyes, your retina. But it's more than that, because it's literally everything. It's time. It's how time, and it's those sankharas. It's which direction they go. It's what is formed in those, choices, but on the atomic level, all the way up and all the way down. And so it literally is light in a sense, like the sun, the sunlight, the magnetism essentially with the earth, and just how that weaves itself into beings all the way up. So basically the things we basically gather or associate with, identify, and then our actual DNA in a sense, like what our internal magnetic drive really is, from the our magnetic energy centers all the way up, essentially, to the sun, and that whole connection. But the dream world, or to Australian Aborigines, the dream time, in which we spend about 1/3 or more of our life, is as active, if not more, than our real life, and yet we know about as little about its mechanics and purpose as we do the substance of electricity. These elusive yet powerful qualities, like those of time and space as well, are ever present but seemingly unqualified by actual substance, as they themselves are the modifiers and measures of substance. The entire universe, both in physicality and mental essence, or motivation, are electrical in nature through every fiber of its being. And also, again, it's really the interstices in between. So again, it's the light really animating the shells, the world of the shells. We live in an ocean of electricity in which even during sleep there is little rest. True sleep is not, and therefore unspeakable, unfathomable, and non-existent. So again, the O apparatus, or the unspeakable. To enter the O, or the egg, is to immediately be reborn anew and transported via the space globule to another dimensional strand.